I don't have a Purple Heart.
I don't either.
What
Yeah,
happened?
I
No,
don't
I'm just
either.
talking.
I don't have a Purple
Hello,
Heart.
hello, everybody.
Hola, ¿cómo
Wait, I gotta refresh
estás?
my.
Sorry for the delay. I was eating some rice and beef tips.
Anybody that came from Gregory's, I just wanted to let you know that his live ended really fast because his mom fell. But his mom is completely fine, so nothing to worry
Oh,
about.
his mom's fine. Good, good,
Yeah,
good, good.
yeah, she's
Awesome.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so glad that people are starting to join us and everything. And um, we've been kind of listening and watching and things go on with fraud at Wrangler. Some things uncover, and it's been quite interesting. But also, when Frauditor Wrangler first started, he was on Frauditor Trolls. He was Frauditor Trolls' little lackey or whatever, and that he would come up and lick Frauditor Trolls' shoes, and yeah, they would have a laugh together.
Oh, so he was coattail riding.
So, yes, basically.
so
Can I just say one thing, please?
they
Yes,
were
To
go
XO
ahead.
basically
over
they were
here.
basically riding each other's dicks.
XO, there is a well-known Army Ranger Michael William Kaiser, but this is not the same Michael William Kaiser. I just wanted to clear that up for you because that is not the same person. Just so you know,
Yeah,
if
and what
that's what you're
and
referring to.
what else did you tell me? You told me that you found out on the uh
I don't want to bust out his location yet, if that's what
no,
you're referring
yeah,
to.
no,
But yeah,
no, that search that you searched him and found no wife or daughter.
no wife or daughter, no, not
Yeah,
that I saw. But that's from an independent website that I have no affiliated with, other than the fact that I'm a subscriber to it. But
yeah,
as far as the preliminary data that the Green Beret guy pulled up, there was no indication of a wife or anything like that either.
yeah.
Wow.
So he's a
Yeah.
scammer.
But that's not to say that it's not. It's just that he did not find that
Yeah.
information. And this guy's pretty thorough. I mean, he's the guy who just now busted the one of the mayoral candidates for the for Philadelphia, and he made the news for that. So this
Wow.
Green Beret guy is not a fly by night, just some anybody that's just pulling stuff out of his ass. This guy has a very storied. I talked to him over the phone today for quite a while today, and he has a very storied military career that would make the hairs at the back of your neck stand up.
So,
And yeah,
basically, what I'm wanting to know is since, and I know he's aware of it because I've watched his lives, and he claims that he doesn't want to address the situation.
right,
If he has been keeping up with certain things, and that I know, like in the A1 community, as well as in the other community, and that people are quick to out each other in that. And I understand
right,
not wanting to say anything until you have all the information.
right.
But facts are facts and facts don't lie. So why is my question is why isn't Frauditor Troll actually at least addressing the issue? Because none of us would know who this clown is unless he hadn't been on if he hadn't been on Frauditor Trolls.
Right.
So Frauditor Troll introduced him to all his community. So now is Frauditor Troll part of the scam and knows what's going on, or he afraid of what somebody might say if he says something to this guy?
Oh, got it, XO. Yeah, that is true. He was a most wanted person in Calhoun County in Alabama. Yes, sir. That is accurate. But there is a guy with the same name, and which makes me wonder sometimes about his name, why he might have had shared the same name with a guy who actually is a legitimate, well-known um, uh, Army Ranger.
Yes, he did get arrested for murder. He was
Yeah.
he did get arrested for that
Yes.
charge.
He killed a real
He
what is it,
unalive,
alleged.
unalive.
I'm sorry. Yeah, he unalived a real wounded veteran.
Yeah.
At
But
least that's what the jury of 12 in the grand jury
well, can
believes.
I just name out, if you want, I can, for the group of people that's here, I can name out all of his claims
Sure,
that all of his
absolutely,
claims.
brother.
So all of his claims are like this. His claims are, he claimed to be an Army Ranger. Okay, that training takes quite some time in order to complete that training. So even in the amount of time that he served on his 2 enlistments, that wouldn't have happened. He claims to have been a staff sergeant in the United States Army. The staff sergeant rank is only obtained from people that were there for about 6 to 8 years of time in service. There's also a bunch of things that you have to do in order to become an NCO in the first place. You go through NCO Academy, and then to be an E6, you actually go through another E6 Academy, so you got all those kinds of things. You need college credits and things like that in the modern military to get promoted like that. So he has to have a lot of different things. He also claimed to be a military police officer. So in my eyes, that's impersonating a police officer. He in fact was never a military police officer. He claims to be a military police officer,
Yeah.
and that to me is terrible that he did that. But then from my area of expertise is the medical side of things because I was a combat medic. And
Oh,
when it
look at
comes,
this. Look at this.
look at what?
It just shows another lie. Just
What shows?
it says Wrangler told me he is divorced and him and his ex-wife share custody of their daughter.
Yeah, well, that's
Bullshit.
what I heard. But he just said he recently got married again. I thought that's what he said.
Yeah,
Yeah, like a month ago or two or so,
yes,
right?
from what I understand, yeah, he's
March
Yeah,
13th, 23. Or
Yeah,
not
his
yeah,
March, May 13th.
yeah.
his make believe wife, Kimmy.
And then, but then he claims to have been struck by he was okay. So the first claim was he was shot, right? And when he was shot, he says he was shot by a 9 millimeter round. Well, first of all, 9 millimeters. If anybody knows anything about guns, 9 millimeters are typically not long range type munitions. They're
No,
not
they're
usually
close quarter combat
close
type
quarter
guns.
combat, right? And if it had a lead core, if you know anything about ballistics at all, and it struck a vest that has metal armament plates in it, right? It would not shatter one of those plates because those are meant for those are meant for I read drug suppression as well.
Yeah,
They are
I know
meant
what you mean.
they are meant for combat type munitions, and they're not going to crack due to a 9 millimeter strike. That's one thing. And he says it's the core of the round was made out of lead, and everybody knows that lead's a soft metal in the first place. So had it struck that vest, even at full force with a lead round, it would not have penetrated that hard metal that he was wearing, right?
Yeah.
No,
West
if I
Side.
remember right, a
It
lead
was
core 9 mil on one of those plates will pancake.
Angry Vet,
Right,
Bud
right.
Light.
And
So
then he claims that he fractured his tibia. Now, if you know
no,
the
no, no,
anatomy,
no,
what
not
what
possible. It's not
not
possible.
possible. No, if you know the anatomy of your leg, you have your femur, and then connected to that is your kneecap, known as the patella, and then below that you have the fibula and the tibia. And I haven't seen a lead 9 millimeter in a long time, Angry Fat.
Wait a
Um,
minute. Let me stop you for just a minute, Tats.
yeah,
Because some people may be new here and
right.
and listen. Please explain your background, why you have so much knowledge of what you're saying.
Because I was an Army combat medic with an infantry units. So I went through. I'll give you my background. I went through basic training at Fort Knox, Kentucky, and after I completed basic training at Fort Knox, Kentucky, I went to my AIT over in San Antonio, Texas, at Fort Sam Houston, Texas, and I completed the name of the course is called medical specialist, okay? But that's the name for those people who serve in the field as medics. and they also serve in hospitals and so on and so forth. So medics are a multifaceted MOS. You can be assigned to any type of unit, and it just so happened that I was assigned with infantry units for the most part. So my area of expertise is exactly that: combat injuries. That's exactly my forte. Absolutely. And I've also completed the National EMT Registry. I passed that because that was a requirement for one of my deployments. The level of training that medics receive, the best way I can put it is it's a little slightly more than what a paramedic would receive, really, because we
So,
also do clinical
so
medicine
it's
as
safe to
well.
say, sir, that you're not some civilian who just Googled all this information and
No,
you
not
actually
at
know what
all.
you're talking about.
Absolutely. You can ask me a lot of medical questions, and I can spit it out pretty easily. I mean, I may be rusty on some of it, but for the most part, yeah, I can talk you through just about any type of situation. Uh, yes, I did. I worked in a nursing home before that. Before I even worked in the what joined the military. Yes, I did. I was a CNA for a year, and I worked at a nursing home. You're absolutely correct, buddy. I did.
Nothing
Yep.
disrespectful about that.
No, I
Everybody
took
Um,
care
needs.
of old people, and I'm proud of that. I'm proud of that.
hey, do you mind if I play something?
Sure, go ahead.
I got
All
one
right.
question real quick.
Right.
Did you hate taking the NERT test?
Taking the NERT test, the National Register EMT.
Yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't bad. I think it was, if I remember right, it was 150 questions. And then there was a practical side to it. So you had to do a practical exam as well, which was the hands-on stuff like setting up airways, like using J tubes, like oral pharyngeal airways, the BVM, spine boarding somebody, applying mass trousers to somebody, using a hair traction splint, things like that. So yeah, it wasn't that bad. No, it was
There's a
okay. It
couple
was.
of problems which he claims. A, an
Yeah,
incident
because I've
that
heard some medics say they hate taking the NERT test. The state test is a lot easier than the national.
Oh, really? Yeah, I never knew that. I never had to take a state test. I only took the national registry, and that was a
What's up,
requirement, like I
Mitch?
said, for a deployment that I was on. And the reason why medics are very multifaceted because we are the only medical care for a lot of people for extended periods of time. Yeah, mass trousers. If you never heard of mass trousers, it's masked with a T. Mast trousers. Mast trousers are something I don't believe they still use them, but basically what happens is when somebody's suffering from hypovolemia, which is blood loss or fluid loss in the body, those mast trousers are hooked and they're pneumatic, so they're run by air. They pump up like a blood pressure cuff. You apply them to your legs, to the legs in the midsection, and you pump them up one leg at a time, and that will bring blood pressure back up into the patient, into the vital organ areas, as opposed to being pulled down in the legs and the lower extremities. That's what the
Big
purpose of mass
Mike.
trousers is. Yeah,
Are they kind
but
of like the Aircast?
sort of, but a little bit more complicated than an air cast. Yeah.
Yeah.
Want to say also, guys, I thank all of you for being here, and that we're gonna dive into some stuff pretty intense, and that so just hang in there. We got a lot of stuff that we want to unpackage, and also, you know, uh, you don't have to. We do have a membership if you want to join. Uh, we have a 99-cent membership if you want to join, uh, and all that stuff. Super chats are appreciated, not expected. Carry on, sir.
Yeah, no, and basically, I have quite an extensive background. I've done everything from minor, assisted. I can't say that I did actual minor surgeries myself, but I have assisted in minor surgeries. I was trained in suturing, learned how to do. I gave IVs. I prescribed medications when we were in remote areas. I diagnosed people with different things. And also, part of my job duties consisted of field sanitation. So, if there needed to be a latrine dug, let's say, a bathroom dug, I knew the dimensions and the requirements per our field sanitation course. of
I don't
how
have a
many
Purple
females to
Heart.
males. That's required. So also food preparation to make. I didn't do food preparation myself, but I studied how to store and what the food temperature should be at, because part of my job also was disease prevention. So so I have a giant resume of the medical part of my job is preventive medicine. So that's why I did those types of things. So yeah, I've done quite a bit. I even at one time I sutured. What did I do after the military? I was in aquatic rescue for a few years. Yes, aquatic rescue.
That sounds
Sweet.
awesome. Aquatic rescue.
Yeah,
All right.
I did aquatic
This is
rescue for a while.
part of
Oh,
auditing the trolls.
is that kind of like a rescue diver?
Yes, exactly what I did. I am an advanced diver. I am cave and cavern certified, and I am advanced,
STC.
and I am a certified with NAUI as a blackwater diver and salvage diver.
STC, what's up, brother?
C4T.
Wrangler, or Mr.
So yeah,
Kaiser describes. So he is in a vehicle, that much we know. He is traveling at approximately 70 miles an hour. Depending on the vehicle, if it's an MRAP, that would not be a safe way to travel in one of those vehicles. The maximum speed to drive one of those is 35 miles an hour. Their max speed possible is around 65 miles an hour. But MRAPs are notorious for handling issues past 35 miles an hour. So if he was just in a regular armored Humvee or just an unarmored Humvee, then we're talking he could be traveling at that speed.
Okay, so basically, let's stop it for a second. Right there. What business in a combat situation would anybody need to be traveling 70 miles an hour? I'm a civilian. I don't know. So in a combat situation or just regularly going to one station or another, or a base.
Only reason you would be going that fast is if you were going in retreat.
yeah. Actually, the U.S. Army never retreats, sir. I just wanted to let you know that
There we go. Exactly.
we only
Exactly.
advance. No, we advance to the rear.
There you go.
We advance to the rear. We never retreat, sir. We don't
So
let
it's
that
pretty
work.
safe to say that at no point in time or in a combat situation, especially where you know it's dangerous, are you going to be driving 70 miles an hour?
No, especially during training.
No. In a vehicle of that type, it's only recommended that you drive that vehicle, especially on the types of roads that exist in Afghanistan and Iraq. It's recommended that you don't go over 35 miles an hour because MRAPs are notorious for handling issues over 35 miles an hour.
Vet said, I've been in a Hummer at about 50, and it was not fun. Well, I can imagine. I've seen the Hummers. I've never rode in one. I mean, the military ones, not the civilian ones. But I don't see. Yeah.
Just assume that he was in just any vehicle. I'm not sure which he claims. A RPG is a rocket propelled grenade. So most of you probably know what a grenade is, and it's simply fired out of this tube like weapon, and behind it pops out some fins to help it track a little better to its target. They're accurate up to about 100 meters or so. Once it strikes the vehicle, depending on the type of RPG or rocket propelled grenade it is, whether it be armor piercing or not. If it's armor piercing, it's probably going to do more damage to the vehicle than just a regular standard RPG, fragmentation RPG type. So let's say I am moving, just for the sake of argument, I am moving in a vehicle at 70 miles an hour. I am struck by an object that happens to be an explosive device from the opposite direction. Okay?
I don't have a Purple Heart.
I get hit. He claims the vehicle stops on a dime within a second.
I don't have a Purple Heart.
There's a couple of problems with that. The vehicle is bigger than the rocket-propelled grenade, and even though it's going to explode and it may disable the engine, it is not going to stop the vehicle cold in its tracks.
Okay,
The
let's stop
vehicle
right there
is
for a
going to
second.
continue to
Let,
move
let's
forward
let's discuss this
for
for a second. If you're traveling in a vehicle, regardless of whether it's military or whatever the case would be, and that first off, if it's struck head on, this is just an assumption. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe some of you guys that's dealt with this kind of stuff can correct me. But depending on where the RPG hit, and that it's not going to drive, if I'm correct, the motor backwards. Usually in an explosion, it goes out and upwards. So basically, even on the front end of a vehicle, it's gonna blow out like the front fenders, the bumper, maybe even explode the engine outwards, and it's not going to shove it back. Now, am I correct in assuming that?
Yeah, and I will add to that that some of the more modern Humvees actually will have a mechanism where it actually separates from the vehicle for safety, so it will completely separate. But in this case, yes, it would. But RPGs, depending on the type, and it's not very common that they would have struck the vehicle with an armor-piercing RPG. Most of the RPGs used over there were anti-personnel types, which would still cause some damage to a Humvee, depending on whether it was armored or lightly armored. But the thing of this is either way, you have 70 miles an hour of forward momentum, and you have a smaller thing, albeit an explosive device. It is not going to do a matrix and just stop it within a second of what Wrangler describes. It's just not going to do that.
Just so everybody's clear, what is the speed per second when the RPG leaves the thing that shot it out? How many miles per second are you know what I'm trying to say?
I'm not a weapons expert, so I would have to leave that to them. I don't know exactly, but I you can pull it up. I mean, let me see. I'll pull it up right now. Well,
I thought that was a
Okay, I
good
got one
question.
question.
what'd you say?
I said
I
I
got
thought
a
that was a
question.
good question.
It's 200 and it's 960 feet per second.
950
60 feet per second.
960 feet per second.
Right.
Okay, so let's think about this for a second. If let's just say I'm shooting at you, and I don't know your speed, but let's just say, for instance, I knew you were traveling at 70 miles an hour.
Right.
For me to hit you dead accurate with an RPG, how long would I have to set up and be ready, like to and calculate? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, he says that it hit him right in the grizzle. It hit him right in the grill, and so he's saying that he was shot head on. So that would mean
So
that the enemy would have had to stand, because RPGs are notorious for not being accurate past about 100 meters. So, so he would have had to expose himself most likely, unless he was hidden in like a hillside or something like that. But for the most part, yeah.
I don't have a
Yeah.
Purple Heart.
Okay. Could you get knocked out if an RPG hit like an MRAP?
An MRAP? I doubt it. No. Unless it was very strong armor piercing type rounds.
so basically, the guy would have to be standing like right in the middle of the road.
I mean, depending on, I'm not sure of what fantasy world this happened in. So he could have been hiding behind a tree made of marshmallow. I don't know what he was doing.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Because
Yeah,
I looked up going 70.
all his lies.
And I will address that, buddy, in a few minutes. I will. I'm not ignoring your question. I will address that.
Because I looked up, 70 miles per hour to feet per second is roughly 103 feet per second. So if you're traveling 103 feet per second with something coming at you 960 feet per second, you're still going to travel forward.
Well, you also got to understand it's not like it hit a brick wall or a tree or something like that. This is an explosive device that is designed to explode upon impact or penetration of
Exactly.
whatever it's hitting. So it's still going to move forward. It doesn't just stop like a cartoon.
Nope.
You know.
I mean, it
Nope.
doesn't stop like in Hollywood movies.
Nope.
If
That's-
anything, it would have.
That's just common sense. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If I can picture this right, maybe I'm just wrong in picturing this. So the vehicle was struck. Impact is going to blow the motor outwards and maybe other parts. So the wheels are going to still be attached to the chassis, and if I'm correct, the vehicle will still continue to move and maybe even off the road or whatever, because it'll be hard to steer if it gets the steering box or whatever.
Well, just think about this. When you hit a deer, let's say you hit a deer, you hit a large animal in the road, right? You're
Yes.
still going to move forward.
Yeah. They tell you when there's a deer, you're supposed to speed up.
Yeah, you hit a deer, you hit anything that is not fastened to the ground as an immovable object is not going to stop you immediately,
Okay,
like he
who
claims.
tells you to speed up when hitting a deer?
I've,
You're supposed to maintain speed and hit it head on.
oh, I don't know. Never hit
That's
a deer
what I
before.
was taught. You try to maintain speed. Don't angle your car. Hit it as square as possible.
Well, I don't think I'd want to hit a deer head on. I have, and it sucks. I hit a deer. Now, I'm sure some of y'all are probably old enough to know what a 71 GMC pickup truck is.
Yeah.
I hit one head on with a 71 GMC pickup truck at 40 mile an hour and totally demolished the whole front end of the truck. But it didn't
Hey,
stop
Danny.
the truck instantly.
How you doing, Danny?
Yeah, you're not going to stop instantly, even with an RPG strike. And even if the wheels did come off the chassis, let's just say that happened, right? It's still going to have forward momentum, and not to mention
Right.
the fact that your body is still traveling at 70 miles an hour in a
Correct.
complete stop. Yes.
Oh, I wish I could pull the video up of this. Just happened during the Coke down there in Daytona.
Hey,
The
Hey,
bus
Robert.
car
Hey,
spins
Keto.
out, catches the grass. It stops it, but all that momentum ended up flipping that car.
Yeah, you're still gonna move. You're still moving. An
Yeah.
RPG is not a giant baseball glove.
Yes, buddy, I did eat the deer. What was left of him to salvage? Yes.
There's not just some dude standing there with a force field going stop. That's not how RPGs work. No.
Yeah, it's not like the Force, like the Jedi, like boom,
Yeah.
stop.
Yeah. It doesn't.
All right,
Okay,
hey
carry
guys.
on with the video because I had a point
All right.
I was making with the
No, that's fine. But before we continue, I know that you called out Frauditor Troll
yes.
and a lot of other people, and I know you have 33 people watching right now. So I want to see if they would like to join because I know they're watching.
My other question would be to anybody that supported Fraud at Wrangler and so on and so forth. You're not going to get me hammering you about 1A stuff tonight. All you're going to get from me is giving you the facts as I know them, and not only that, but I have I have a lot of people now working on this whole thing that are world renowned for stolen valor, outing people for stolen valor.
Well, and here's the thing. Let me say this. My uncle, my grandfather, my father, which Tats just talked to a while ago, and basically everybody in my family has been in the military. And to take claim to something that didn't happen is a little it's not fair to my uncle who was actually blowed off the road in Baghdad and is a recipient of a Purple Heart. And my grandfather who was injured in World War II in Iwo Jima and is a recipient of a Purple Heart. Because Logically, if you're wounded in a combat situation and that you're going to have a Purple Heart. And in most cases, you will have it before it's ever put in for. And, you know, to me, to lay claims that you've done this or done that when you didn't, if you served, great, but don't embellish what you've done to make yourself look better. You know what I'm saying? To take away from the people like my uncle, my grandfather, your aunts, uncles, whoever was served in the military, and that actually went overseas or wherever in a situation and got wounded, lost limbs, lost their lives, and claim you're something you're not.
Can I point out a couple of things just real quick?
Sure.
And because I know people are going to try to say, talk about my legitimacy. Okay, so all I got to tell you is take me out of the picture for a minute. Just remove me completely out of the picture. All right. I actually have on my video, it shows a redacted version of his military service records that we actually got from the U.S. Army's official records department, which was done for me by a group called the POW Network. And these are the folks that Don Shipley, world-renowned Navy SEAL, uses to get his records back for these types of things. So, and the lady, by the way, is named Mary, that works for the POW Network, and she's been doing this for over 20 years. And she pulled those she pulled those military records for me the very day that I asked for them. And one thing you'll notice if you watch my video and you see the raw data that she gave me, which I posted, I just copied and pasted it and put it on my video. It includes, because I redacted his social security number, by the way. It includes the last two digits of his social security number just to prove to him that I have his actual military service record. There is no way on this planet that I would know the last two digits of his social security number unless I pulled his official military records. And that is what is on that record that I posted on my channel. The last two digits of a social security number you can't really do anything with, but it does give you enough information to let you know that, yes, I have your shit. And he served a grand total of 2 enlistments. He joined at one point in 1980 or 1998, and he served for 5 months, and then he waited another 5 years, and he served for an additional 8 months, let's say. And grand total though it was 13 months altogether with a 5-year break in between. So you are not going to achieve the things that he says in that short span of time. You're just not. And I pulled his actual, and in the future, stay tuned, because I am going to have his actual DD-214 in my hot little hands in a few weeks.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
What?
Nothing. I was just saying.
Yeah, no.
I was
I don't have a Purple Heart.
just.
Big Mike Otis wanted to know what an MRAP it was. If I remember right, they're medium to heavy armored personnel carriers.
That's exactly what they are.
Variations.
And they're designed to withstand some IEDs and things like that. They were basically an invention after this war started.
I'm calling out all of the frauditors too. I dare you to join.
Well, yeah, that's what's a DD-214? It is your military record.
Yeah, your DD-214 is your official military record. As a matter of fact, here's what I recommend to all veterans, if there's any veterans out there. One of the things that I would recommend is that do what I did and put your DD-214 in your local courthouse and let them keep their record for you so it doesn't get lost or anything happen to it. So now you can just get free copies from them, as many as you want. And that's how I do mine. So I would recommend that to other people that have DD-214.
Oh, Big Mike's was asking and answering his own question. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, while
But
we wait for all the frauditors to see if
Now-
they have
now-
the balls to join.
A few seconds at best, or at, whatever. It could move forward for quite some distance, but it's going to move forward. It's not going to stop in its tracks. But let's say that it did. So you are in a vehicle and you strike something at 70 miles an hour and your vehicle stops in a second. There are a couple of injuries that will occur.
I don't have a Purple Heart.
One injury is well known, and it's known as whiplash. So your head jerks back and forth, your neck is thrown around like a whip, and that will injure the muscles, tendons, and ligaments in your neck, causing some discomfort and that could last for the rest of your life. Actually, that.
And he never even thought about this.
Yeah. Oh, another thing is, it is also has caused internal decapitation and death.
oh, absolutely. Yeah,
Type
absolutely.
of thing is a ongoing process for many
So
people.
let me ask a question
Yeah.
since we're on this, and it's not we're not relaying medical information or anything. First and foremost, this and that. So let's understand that. So this is not, yeah. So
No,
picture for a minute, guys.
Medical advice.
we are not doctors. We're just giving common sense.
Yes, we're giving an opinion. You take from it what you will. Take for a second. How many people in here, show of hands or whatever, how many people in here have been in a simple, basic car wreck where you experienced some kind of small injury, even if it wasn't a nosebleed or anything like that? Just imagine how you feel after
that
a
would
car
be
wreck.
me. Yep, right here.
I mean, I've been in 2 partial rollovers. Those ain't fun.
Mitch, there you go. Buddy, Big Mike, Angry Vet.
So it's pretty safe to say that we in some way or another we've all had experienced a car wreck or some shape of a fender bender or whatever. Now, let me explain it to you the best that I can, because I've been in a car wreck and everything, and I was rear-ended by a man who was traveling, according to the state trooper, was traveling anywhere between 45 to 60 mile an hour. I suffered in neck and back pain for almost a year, guys, almost a year, because of that injury. For the new people that are here, I was a professional wrestler. Being body slammed and diving off the top rope and hitting the mat, and contrary to popular belief, they are not padded. Doing that every night, according to one of the leading sports medicine doctors in Atlanta, Georgia, told me that every time a wrestler wrestles a match and gets slammed to the mat or suplexed or whatever, it is the equivalent of being in a car wreck at 25 miles an hour. Now imagine, I've done that for 15 years. And I am physically messed up because of it. I wouldn't change it because I loved it. But just think about that. And over a period of time, taking that many injuries. So let's go back to this. He was struck by an RPG at 70 miles an hour and had suffered no whiplash. I call bullshit. Common sense.
Exactly. Common sense. Yep. I call bullshit.
I'm wondering, this is another one I would ask him if he has tetanitis.
Oh, this is not an edit. There's nothing edited in this.
What do you mean edited? I'm the one who made this video.
I know. I was
Yeah.
I was reading this.
Nice edit. I'm the one that made this video, dude. This is just exactly how I put it.
Yeah, this is Tat's video.
Yes, so I don't get hit with a copyright strike. That's why I'm having him stop. So even though you are here, YouTube doesn't like when you don't use fair use, I guess. So that's why we're discussing.
Right.
Yeah.
And I've watched the original video. If you would like to see the original video, the moderators will drop Tat's link if you haven't already seen the original series. And that,
Yes, this is
very awesome.
This is part number 4.
Which I hoped was the final chapter.
Okay, wouldn't he also be suffering from ringing of the ears still?
All kinds of things. All kinds of
Yes.
things. I mean, there's so many things. I mean, you can't apply a blanket group of injuries to every, one particular type of incident because everything varies. You know what I mean? But there are some injuries that are true for almost every accident. And for this type of accident, if he stopped at 70 miles an hour, in his own words, he said he stopped within a second, you are going to have whiplash. That is true.
Because
The
the
other
body
one-
is still in forward motion.
Right. And the other one you're going to have, it's going to be in this video here in a minute, I think.
It's
I would
also the same
think he would
scenario.
also have ringing in the ears, especially with an explosion that close.
Well, let's
Yeah,
put it this,
but
let's put it this
that
way.
is usually temporary, depending on how close the explosion is. I mean, it can be permanent, but it's also a lot of times it's temporary.
Let's also
All
put
right.
it this way. This that would have caused the type of injury that unalived Dale Earnhardt Sr. Because
well,
he was
let's-
not
all right.
wearing
Let's say for some reason God had some airbag or something like that. I don't know. She was wearing some type of something special that made it so his neck.
well, first off,
By the
sir,
way, there are no
Whiplash.
airbags in
what I was
those
just gonna say, there is
vehicles.
no airbag.
There, I know. That's why
I
I'm
don't think the
saying.
military uses the Hans device, which holds you to the seat. Like
Yeah,
they do
I
know.
next time.
Correct.
I know.
You gotta
I'm
have quick egress out of them.
I know. I'm
yeah.
saying. I'm just assume that they did, right? This next part will show you. There's no way in hell anything that he said is true.
And they suffer for the rest of their life from it. Another injury that occurs in these types of accidents where you stop abruptly like that. So another injury will occur as well along with the whiplash because your head is moving back and forth at a high rate of speed. Your brain, which does not sit immobilized in your head, it actually can move inside of the skull. And what happens is when that head whips back and forth, the brain will smash up against the backside of the forward part of the skull, and then it can smash onto the backside of the skull. And depending on how many times you're whipped back and forth like that, your brain can go back and forth, smashing itself on the skull several times, i.e. shaken baby syndrome, if you've never heard of that. It's when a ridiculous adult picks up an infant and shakes the child, and the head whips back and forth, and what happens is that brain is swishing around in the skull, and it's hitting either side of the skull, causing brain damage. Those injuries can be as minor as a minor concussion, or it can actually cause a brain bleed and or permanent brain damage. None of which
I don't have a
does
Purple Heart.
Mr. Kaiser speak about. He doesn't say, man, after that, I had such
I don't
a
have a
stiff neck.
Purple Heart.
Man, after that, I had such a headache. They had to do a CT scan on my head to see if I had a brain injury. None of that was discussed at all. The only thing he
instead
brings up
talked
is
light.
the injury that occurred to his knee and lower leg. So let's get into that for a second. When you go see a medical professional, a doctor, let's say, but he calls it a Dr. Light. I've never heard of a Dr. Light.
Now, wait a minute. Let's stop for a second.
But
All right.
maybe it's something new that I've never heard of. Maybe I'll.
Next time I go to the doctor, I'm going for a diet Dr. Light.
I want to know where I can get this Dr. Light, and what does it taste like? Is it like a Dr. Pepper? Is it like a Dr. Thunder?
Well, he's
or
the
Mr. Pibb?
founder of the Dr. Light, but I am actually the one who designed the label, as you can see right here, the Dr. Light, and it will be available in stores. Um, it's always available the day before the next day. So I'm just saying
Can
that.
I have it in diet?
Oh yeah,
Um,
another thing with the
Either that or
whiplash.
either that or Dr. Light Zero.
well, you may not want to drink it because I hear it tastes a lot like bullshit.
Oh, oh
Yeah,
God.
Shit.
another thing
Okay,
with
yeah.
like the brain
Never mind
moving,
that.
hitting in the skull, it can also result in death from swelling.
What's up,
Right,
Yeah.
right.
pepperoni?
Yeah,
How's it going,
Yep.
pepperoni?
that injury can kill you, and I should have mentioned that in the video, but I was so
Yes.
heated in my mind at the time.
Does a hole ever been drilled into a skull?
Oh yeah, they do that to
No.
relieve pressure.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I
Right.
don't think they've ever had to his skull. So
But even then, that's
and
not
I would and
that
after
don't
having
always work. Indeed,
after 8 brain surgeries, I think I should know.
It.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. And
Yeah.
by the way, the only brain injuries he's probably suffered is probably from the frequent lobotomies he's had in order to have these stories falling right out of his suck hole. Because that's the only explanation I have.
Yeah. I know. That's
and
what I'm.
they,
That's another
they,
thing. That's another thing I'm saying. For all the frauditors
yeah.
who are restreaming this and watching this, join. Come on, and we will be polite. We will not even talk bad about. We will talk.
Well,
I'm not.
that,
I'm
We'll
not
talk
talking 1A.
anything
I'm
about
not
you.
talking 1A tonight.
No
that's right.
1A, nothing, nothing 1A.
Well, see, and that's why I wanted Frauditor Troll, because he introduced Mr. Kaiser to uh,
So
the
you would
troll
think,
community.
but you would think he would be addressing this right now. This situation.
Exactly, and that is my question. Why is he not addressing the issue that is at hand here? Is he still secretly supporting this? I understand. I did hear him say one
or
time.
is he a part of this and making money off this?
I did hear him say one time that he was not happy about, his criminal past. But this is just as bad, because that I know that the anti-auditor community is against auditors, and they talk trash about them and stuff like that, and they're quick to bring up their criminal record. If this was an auditor, how many people in here believe right now, if this was an auditor we was talking about, he would be on Frauditor Trolls channel? Give me a show of how many people in here thinks that he would be on Frauditor Trolls channel right now if he was an auditor.
Oh, definitely he
All
would
right,
be on that channel.
Hold on one second.
As soon as that video would hit the floor, it would have already been uploaded by Dr. Dave.
Arizona, we are discussing, or here, Tat. I'll just let you describe what we're talking
Well,
about.
Arizona Unfiltered, I don't know who this is. Is this a frauditor channel? I'm not sure. Or is he an auditor? I don't
I'm
know.
not sure. I'm not sure.
Okay, so either way, it doesn't matter to me.
Exactly, because we're asking for both sides.
Yeah, I'm just curious because if it is, I'd like them to, if they are a supporter of Frauditor Wrangler, I'd just like to hear from one of his supporters, and it's no big deal. I'm not
Is
going to
he
hammer you.
unfiltered?
No,
I think he's an auditor.
No, he is. Yes, I'm subscribed to him. He's an auditor.
Okay,
actually.
okay, gotcha.
What's his
So
name?
So what we're discussing is the fact that Frauditor Wrangler claimed to be a veteran, and in fact, he did have 2 enlistments in the military. I pulled his actual military record using a group called the POW Network, who actually works for people who are in the stolen valor community. So there's an entire community of veterans who out other people who fake being in the military, or veterans that claim things that they did in the military that they never did, like medals like the Purple Heart and things like that, Medal of Honors, all myriad of things. And what these people do is they use these stories like Frauditor Wrangler does to garner support, admiration, from his subscribers, so they are more easily fooled to come up with the super chats and the subscribers. Man, who doesn't want to subscribe to a wounded warrior? Man, who doesn't want to support a
Exactly.
guy who took a bullet for the country? Who doesn't want to support a guy who was injured on behalf of the military of the nation? I would support that person. I mean,
Absolutely.
whether or not you agree with me on the 1A or not, I'm still going to support you as a veteran. I mean, that's what we do as vets.
Absolutely. I have
And
nothing but utmost respect for military personnel.
but at the very moment that I actually had his record pulled, his real record pulled, I can't stress that enough. And if you don't believe me, I can give you all the information to the person who pulled that record, and they can tell you. Okay, it doesn't even have to come from me. Um, and if you know anything about Don Shipley, I spoke to his wife the other day, and Don Shipley's wife, who is the mother of a SEAL Team 6 operator and the wife of a career Navy SEAL, Don Shipley is world renowned for outing phony veterans. And Diane, she's a very sweet lady. She has a really thick country accent, and she goes, "Well, I think this guy Kaiser smells like shit." And I said, "Well, why does he smell like shit, Diane?" And she goes, because he's full of shit. Because her son because her son earned a Purple Heart too, and he was a SEAL Team 6 operator who was struck with a hand grenade, and now he's medically retired. His name is DJ Shipley. And you can look all of this stuff up, and I will tell you in a second that I would never bring these allegations up against a fellow veteran if they weren't true.
Also,
Exactly.
ladies and gentlemen, please take a minute to hit that like button. That's the best way to support this channel. And that it really does help, hands down. Share it if you would. It
If
helps
you want me to
get it out there
add,
in that
and if
YouTube
you want me,
algorithm.
if you want me to
Listen.
drop your link, send $20 to Nightmare.
Okay.
Okay,
By the way, Angry Vet did mention the douche canoe, and if you do want to subscribe to my channel, Troll Auditing the Trolls, even if you don't support the 1A community, I offer an alternative to what you think is true, and it's just another argument. So why don't you just challenge your self like I do? I watch all of the anti-auditing channels all the time because that's what my channel's based around, and I listen to the counter arguments all the time. Why don't you challenge yourself and listen to the argument on the other side? But
as well as I do, I do frequent a lot of different channels, which
Right.
brings me to my point, and I'm going to address this real quick. Since we're on that subject,
what can I mention real
asked a while
quick?
ago- Buddy
Um,
asked a while ago about my friendship with Frauditor Wrangler.
Right.
So let me address that real quick. We have a guy that's in the A1 community, and I've made no bones about it. I don't like the guy. Main reason I don't like this guy, it's not his auditing that gets me. It's the part where he is mistreating his family, mainly his little child.
Oh, Jeremetha.
And
Yes.
he's known as Auditors of
Squatch.
America, Last Days of Fentanyl. I mean Freedom.
And Sam Squatch.
And I just don't agree with him. So I was actually helping Frauditor Wrangler roast this guy. And that's why we became friends. He never said anything bad about me. I never said anything about him. And coming from a military background, not I have not served, but my family members has either been in military or law enforcement. And I guess in some way you can say, even after having a criminal record and all that stuff and what I've been through, I was still a little bit of a bootlicker. Okay. Until I started getting my eyes opened to the real picture. I respected Wrangler because I thought he was a combat wounded veteran. Showed him nothing but respect. And I'll be the first to admit it, kind of like somebody else I know that fell for Jeremiah. I bought his story. And for that, I am just human.
Oh yeah, it's okay because
Okay.
a lot of people are like that, you know.
I know,
But
but this is one thing I don't get. because he's posted this multiple times that his DD-214's in a storage unit in another state. Most vets that I know keep that shit
Right.
in a damn safe in their house.
Right.
They
Right.
always have that.
Absolutely. And I'll tell
Because,
you.
and let me tell you something else. And I'm sorry, sir. And
Oh, that's okay.
I'll be
That's
quiet
fine.
for a
That's
second.
fine.
I am the type of person that I have seen a person, whether it was true or not, I don't know, that was standing on the side of the road holding a sign saying he was a wounded vet or a combat veteran or whatever. And yes, guys, I've gave them money and I've fed them. I've done that because I respect our veterans.
Right.
They volunteered, yes, but they paid the ultimate price one way or another. Even if they didn't get unalived, they still took time from their families, their mothers, their fathers, their sisters, their children, if they have children, to stand up for our constitutional rights, regardless of how you feel about anything, so we can have the freedoms that we're having right now. And our military personnel, whether you agree with what they do or don't, is the most underpaid group there is. They should be getting paid more than a man putting on a uniform to run a football. And that's my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I wanted to point out just real quick, and this is kind of off the subject a little bit, but Angry Vet, you did mention a douche canoe. I actually have an actual douche canoe on my channel. If anybody would like to see what a real douche canoe looks like, I actually designed one. It has the nozzle, and it's an actual canoe shaped like a douche. So just so you know, just want to put that out there. But also, along with what Nightmare just said, um, not only that, but when a person volunteers for military service, it doesn't matter at all whether or not they served in combat or that they had a job that they may not have necessarily been Rambo doing. You know, there's actually a job in the Army called the shower and laundry specialist, okay? And I don't know too many people that are pretending to be shower and laundry specialists. But at the same time, that is a job that's necessary for the military to operate the way it does. And those people should be just as proud as a Navy SEAL would be proud of their service or anybody else. Because what we do as veterans, and my answer to everybody is always the same when they ask me, why did you serve in the military? I did it so other people don't have to. And I learned that from my grandfather. I learned that from my grandfather, who was a World War II vet. And the reason why I learned that from him is because he told me that if nobody joins, if nobody volunteers, then the military is going to go back to a draft military where the government's going to draft you into the military, or you're going to have to run away and be a draft dodger, go to Canada, go to another country or whatever. But if we don't have people volunteering,
or you would have to pull a Wrangler and injure yourself.
right, yeah. Break your leg in the commode or something like that, whatever he did.
Yeah.
So whether you agree with the military or not, period. If you don't agree with, we go in and we kill people because that's what the military does. Well, I'll admit to that. That's what we are there for.
I don't
is
have
to kill
a Purple
people.
Heart.
And if you don't even agree with that, we do that nasty, vile fucking thing for the government, so you don't have to.
Exactly. You still have nightmares.
I don't have
right?
a Purple Heart.
You still have nightmares from seeing one incident, right?
I have a lot of problems, man.
Nightmare. You had that one. You had the one incident, and you still have nightmares, right?
Listen, I couldn't.
So I can't even imagine.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
I
couldn't imagine being
what people. What you guys have
in a combat situation where it's a normal thing, and see that kind of horrible acts. And it's not a wonder that our military personnel, when they come back from overseas or wherever, have some kind of a PTSD or some kind of a trauma, and yes, they do get that 1,000-yard stare. And you guys know what I'm talking about. If you've seen the shit, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Well, I can also add this to you because a lot of people always try to separate combat vets from peacetime vets, and I'm always advocating for peacetime vets as well because I'm going to tell you something. As a medic myself, nobody ever calls a medic for a good reason, okay? And
Yeah,
as a medic,
I was just gonna bring that up, but go
nobody
ahead.
ever calls a medic for a good reason. And even in training, I was involved with a lot of training in my time as a medic, and I've seen some really terrible, horrific accidents happening for training accidents. And let me just tell you, those guys that died or got hurt in training deserve every bit of the same respect as someone who was wounded by an enemy combatant
Absolutely.
because they did it so you didn't have to. I've
STC,
seen
you can ask about the
horrific
Obamas, but
things.
I'm pretty sure the question is going to be I don't answer questions.
Yeah. But yeah, any veteran anywhere did anything. If you were a finance specialist, if you were just a damn, if you were a just a guy who did the laundry or cleaned the bathrooms or whatever you did in the military, be proud of that, own that, say that's what you did. This is one of my point where I was going to go with this. So Wrangler did join the military twice. Okay. Now I don't know the circumstances yet of why he got out both times. I do know, in fact, that both times he got out was during Thanksgiving around that time. So I'm thinking he was just missing mommy's turkey. But at the same time, if he did that, let's just say he did that, right? He joined the military. It didn't work out the first time. He said, damn it, I always wanted to be in the Army and I want to try it again 5 years later. He signs back up again and it doesn't work out for him again because maybe he gets an injury or something like that. He deserves the same respect just based on that as any other veteran who served 20, 30 years because he put his
Absolutely.
ass on the
I'm
line.
not denying his military
But
service at
what
all.
but what I do have a problem with is what when he claims the shit that he's claiming that isn't true off of the blood and the sacrifices of those people who actually did what he's claiming.
And I'm just gonna tell you from being pre med and having a bachelor's degree in biology and associates in chemistry, and all the classes that I've taken, that all the injuries that he said that he had for his leg, that's not human, and it's not humanly possible.
Paul
He would
said
have.
he wanted to be an auditor but passed the IQ test. That's awesome, Paul. I hope
Yeah.
you're enjoying what you're currently doing then, sir.
How you doing, Paul? Yeah, we're not talking about auditing right now, so
Yeah, we're not talking about auditing, Paul, but you're more than welcome. I think they would be glad to have you up on the panel, and we can talk about Wrangler's false claims to his military service. That's what we're talking
yeah,
about tonight.
because what I was just about to say is it's not medically possible for his injuries to possibly happen.
Hey, can we roll that footage about his? Because I'm really anxious to get to the bone injury. Can we do that?
Yes, well, yeah, I was just about to do, and I
I
accidentally
mean,
did.
I'm sorry. I don't want to run the channel. I
No,
just,
no, you're doing
No,
great, sir.
no, 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 not at all. Just
yeah, I'm sorry.
just 1 second.
It's just,
I'm
I'm
gonna
just like,
send
man.
I'm gonna send a link to the. Let's see if we can get anybody up here.
By the way, I've been polished clean for about 4 years now, and I did develop some pork flavored polish for those people that are still nursing on the boot, and that will come out within 7 to 10 or 20 decades from now, or something like that. So be there when it comes out.
I'll try one day. But anyway, when you go see a medical professional, such as myself, I worked as a combat medic in the infantry. What would happen is the combat medic or the medical professional taking care of your injuries will do an assessment. So initially, they will do an initial assessment. I come up to your vehicle and I will make sure the scene is safe. I will enter the scene once it's safe, and I will provide emergency medical care. So, one of my first concerns in that situation is your airway, your breathing, your circulation, and are you bleeding? So, I'm looking for all of those things. Once I've established that all of that is taken care of, since you claim that you were going 70 miles an hour and came to an abrupt stop, I am concerned for the health of your cervical spine, which is the vertebrae that exists inside of your neck. And there are 7 of those. And encased in those vertebrae are some very vital areas of your spinal column or your neurological system. And a lot of those control your automatic body functions, such as breathing and your heartbeat. So in a movie, for instance, you'll see somebody snap somebody's neck and they instantly die.
Okay. I wanted to address this right here. It did take a few times to find his real birthday.
Oh, I'm sure that's all going to come out.
I mean, I had nothing to do with it. You have to give all the effort to Tats. And
Yeah, Tat's been doing a great job. Basically,
Tats and Stone Veteran.
Basically, what I'm doing here tonight is highlighting what Tat's done and giving the other side, such as Frauditor Troll and Frauditor Wrangler, if they are listening, the opportunity, no fighting, no cursing, the opportunity to come on panel and rebuke what is being said.
Yeah, we won't disagree with them. We won't.
It ain't about an audit.
It
ain't about auditors or frauditors.
We won't kick them out of the panel because we disagree with them or something like that. You know, it has nothing to do with auditing.
Tats does a great job. I'll have to give him mad props, man. He
does, and it kind of pisses me
Can
off.
I wish belated birthday to Wrangler? A belated birthday?
Sure.
Is it possible? Yeah. Because I missed his birthday on May 18th, 1981. I would like to wish him a happy belated birthday, May 18th, 1981, in case you didn't get that. And that is the official birthday pulled from his official service records. And that's not to dox him. That's just to say that is what his birthday is, in case anybody's wondering.
Hey, does anybody want to know 4 days from my birthday? My birthday is May 14th. So 4 days after that would be what? May the 18th, right? I believe, right? Yeah. So
right.
Yeah, so we're just talking 4 days after my birthday, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so happy belated birthday. I'm sorry I missed it. Next time I'll wish you a birthday on May 18th.
Okay. It is mad disrespectful. I agree, Arizona, that it is mad disrespectful.
Yeah, but I'm not just trying that to dox them, and I don't think you can dox somebody based on their birthday. And it's public record, by the way. The record that I have of him is public record, so anybody can obtain that information.
Well, we're not really talking about his birthday, right? We're talking about,
Well, I'm talking about that, so in case people want to look up this military information using the correct information.
I know. I'm just trying to.
But his birthday, actually, that is the winning lottery numbers. 5, 18, 1981 is my favorite winning lottery numbers. Just
awesome.
That's what I use it for, really.
Yeah. Oh, here, you know what? Let me look into my pictures real fast.
My thoughts. This is just my thought from.
Here we go. This is the best lottery ticket number that I've ever seen.
Oh, I don't know if I would give that out. Would you?
I don't know. It's a good lottery.
I know, but I don't know. It is a good lottery number, I've heard, but I don't know.
He said, I was never able to serve. Truth be told, I would probably been kicked out or court-martialed.
I knew a guy. I know a guy that served that was in the military for a good while, but he just wanted to get the fuck out. You know what he did? He
Hey,
refused to
Sonia.
cut his hair. He refused to cut his hair, and he got out. He got kicked out because he refused to cut his hair.
Hey, Angry Vet, can I ask you a question? Angry Vet, what's when people say, what's your lucky number? What's the best first number that comes to your mind?
8765309.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot.
No, they usually say seven is like a lucky number, right?
Right.
Yeah, they always say seven is a lucky number.
One is the luckiest number.
Well, that is a good lottery number.
Oh,
But I forgot. Yeah, I forgot to put the very lucky number lottery number at the end of it.
that's an interesting number. I got to play that.
25649472232. Okay.
Yeah, no,
Cool
well,
number.
with the lucky number at the end.
I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a shot.
So there's it's 4732 with the lucky number.
So let's get this straight. So let's kind of recap a little bit for people that are just wandering in. Let's recap for a little bit. The reason we're doing this live is because on the other side of the coin, if this had been somebody that was an auditor,
Oh God! This would be going for months.
this would be all over the YouTube news, so to speak. Especially if somebody, even in our community, found out about it. Regardless of how you feel, it'd be on both sides.
Right.
Auditors and anti-auditors.
Yep.
The man who introduced this person and that to our lovely community that everybody is talking about now on both sides of the fence was introduced by Mr. Frauditor Troll. Mr. Frauditor Troll has been made aware of this situation and has only addressed it as to say, I don't like his criminal record. I don't agree with it, but I'm not touching it.
Oh yeah, you know what? Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt you, buddy, but that just brought me up. You know, he got arrested for burglary or robbery, whatever you call it and then ends up killing someone.
Unaliving someone.
I mean, unaliving someone. I'm sorry. I was thinking about
You
that
can
TV,
also
that
use
TV show.
you can also use canceling his birthday. That's one I like to
Yeah.
use.
Yes.
Canceling. Okay. But that he has actually made a video multiple times about this over in Orange.
Oh,
He was arrested less than a year ago.
Right.
What a fucking hypocrite.
Right.
All right, I'm sorry. You know my brain, man. I had to get it out, or else I would have forgot. All right, what were you saying, buddy?
Who? Not me.
See, this is locale. He's from the other side. He said my channel mostly covers locales like Rax and Charles. I don't even know who the hell they are. They sound like soft citizens. Some auditors, but I'm not here to argue over that. Frauditor Wrangler is wrong completely. He has been exposed. Absolutely, sir. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Right. I agree with that. And by the way,
Exactly.
Rax is Cyrax, I believe, is what he's talking about. I'm not sure who Charlie is. And I'll agree. By the way, I'm not a soft sit guy. I don't like the soft sit type thing. I'm not a fan of that, just so you know. I'm just not.
Right. Well, it's not that I'm blaming Frauditor Troll, locale. What I'm saying is, if the roles were reversed, and Frauditor Wrangler was a auditor, and that he would have done 14 videos on this clown, and Frauditor Wrangler introduced both sides to Mr. Frauditor Wrangler. He had Frauditor Wrangler on his channel as a lackey, a mouthpiece, a bootlicker, camera licker, whatever you want to call him, and that got the audience, both sides, to know to Wrangler, and Wrangler started his own channel and got pushed out of the nest and went on his own way.
Right.
Yeah,
So
and found
now-
out and found out that this lie is going to give him money.
Can I just use the phrase, if he was pushed out of a nest, would that make him a tweaky bird since he was tweaking probably when he was pushed out of the nest?
Probably
likely.
because it looks like
A
it.
tweaky bird?
It looks like it. I mean, it looks like he was on meth.
Yeah, tweaky bird.
If people don't disagree, if people don't agree with me, then let's find out.
Yeah. Little tweaky bird.
Right. But what I'm saying is to nip this problem, or at least to get him to acknowledge that he misspoke and he embellished what he done. I don't care about his criminal record. Everybody has a past. I have one. I've never lied about it in any shape, form, or fashion. Matter of fact, I'll tell you my full name, date of birth, and everything else if you want to look me up. But I'm not claiming that I was a military wounded vet. And to make my followers feel sorry for me to embellish super chats or PayPal or Cash App donations. To me, it is basically taking the service of another veteran or military personnel and using their story as your own to gain monetary gains.
If
that's exactly
okay,
it.
if everybody here in the chat could do me a favor and take 10 seconds and put this on your community page and try to get some more people in here.
Yeah, that'd
That
be
would
awesome.
be amazing. That would be
Absolutely.
yes, that would be amazing. Call some people out, you know.
Can't believe I didn't do that already. I just did.
Yeah, I know. Well, in a way, let me address that for a second. Broken system. In a way, some auditors are really close to being soft citizens. I'm not
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
lie about it
Yeah.
because there is a few that are really tweaking on the verge of being like anti-government, anti-law enforcement, blah blah blah. You know,
Yeah,
And I've seen
I
a
shy
few
away
people-
from that.
I've seen
Yeah.
a few people that I've wanted to say just grab them and shake them like a glow stick and until the light comes on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had. I'm not into the soft sit thing. I'm sorry if you are, and
Yeah.
I'm not. But I'm just
yeah,
not.
the ones that do it, they antagonize the cops on purpose, you know.
Yeah, I'm not into that. And by the
That-
way,
I'm
by the
sorry.
way,
when you do that, you're not going to find out how the cop really reacts, you know.
by the way, my channel is pro auditing, but I've said this 100 times already that if I ever found out that I was wrong, and I was a bootlicker about 4 years ago, and I still sometimes I puke in my mouth a little bit, and sometimes I taste a little kiwi polish, but if my channel, if I'm ever wrong, I've done it before. I've taken my videos down completely and offered an apology before. I've done that for Frauditor Reaper. I've done that for somebody else, but I can't remember exactly who. Miss Mandy, that's who I did. I took that video down. And if I put something out that I think is wrong, or somebody else points it out and proves to me that it's wrong, I'll take it down immediately, and there's a full apology along with it. I'm after the truth. I don't really care about supporting a side as much as I'm interested in supporting the truth.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And don't get me wrong, Frauditor Troll, if you're listening, don't get me wrong. I watch a lot of your stuff, especially your other channel, Josh Prime. You do a great job, brother. I really like it when you roast people. Because I'm a big fan of roasting. Matter of fact, if you watched our live this morning with Gregory and that, we roasted him pretty good. I'm all about roasting, okay? And I know you're doing it for clicks and views. I get that, brother. But my thought is, wouldn't you want to warn your watchers, your subscribers that are coming to your channel and
That they're being scammed.
that they're being taken advantage of because of somebody that got a start off of your name, and you've worked hard on your channels, and we all do as YouTubers. We work hard on our channels as a YouTuber. I do.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want somebody to be taken advantage of by somebody who is claiming something that isn't true.
It's like those firefighters you see out there with the boot, right? Fill the boot. You ever seen those guys? They come out there and they fill the boot every once
Yes.
a week or once a year or something like that. How would you feel if you found out that that guy that you just gave your 20 to was never a firefighter? That's kind of what's going on right now. You got a guy, let's just say you have a firefighter. Let's say he was a firefighter, right? And he claimed that he was one of those guys in 9/11 and saved a bunch of people. And then you just gave him a bunch of money because you thought that he was one of those heroes on 9/11. And then it
Oh
turned
my
out that he
God.
wasn't.
You know what? I was thinking about that today. I was thinking about, okay, what would I say, you know? And I would say, I was thinking about using that as an example.
Right.
Damn, he lives in a $1.2 million home.
That
Wow.
who does?
Who does?
Frauditor troll.
Oh, really? Wow.
Wow. I'm glad he's doing good for himself.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah,
Good
it's
job
good.
there.
Yeah, good using other people's videos, you know?
Good job, sweet tits.
Well, let's be honest. To use somebody else's video is a bad term. If you're doing it the right way and you're doing it under the YouTube guidelines, regardless of how you feel about it, and that, you know, we all do it. I've done it.
That's all I do.
And you know, I like.
Okay, never mind. That's the reason why. His father owns Hudson Sawmills.
Oh, nice.
Very nice. Must be nice.
How do you know that? Who just told you that?
The Angry Vet.
Oh, Hudson Sawmills. Okay, got it. I see that now.
Andy's a little harsh. He's like, does Frauditor troll have the balls to tell us his side? Probably not. He's probably going to take a neutral stance like he has been, and that's the Canadian for you. I mean,
well, he's doing that. He's also doing that to keep his subscribers up.
Right.
Canadian. He's Canadian.
Yes, he's definitely Canadian. Yes, he's Canadian.
Does he say out in the boot?
You can pick up on his accent, and that's not from anything I've learned to watch. I love the Canadian accent, and yeah.
Well, then he should not be fucking talking about people in America.
I didn't say he lived in Canada. I said he was Canadian.
He an American citizen?
He's absolutely an American citizen. Well, I don't know how much more facts that he needs, Local. I mean, it's pretty clear that that, you know what I'm saying, and I'm not trying to argue with you, sir. I get your stance and his too.
There's no more speculation. This okay. I'm going to continue playing this. Okay. It's common sense. You don't have to be a doctor. You don't have to be a. You don't have to even to be a IQ enough to be a doc or to be a cop. I mean, come on.
That's the concern with a cervical spine injury. Not to mention the fact that if they have a cervical spine injury and you don't take care to move them carefully out of the vehicle, you could cause them to become a quadriplegic. Any of those can happen, and all of those are serious. In combat environments, though, sometimes it's life over limb. So if you think that the guy could be in danger, um, his life is in danger, if you don't remove him from the vehicle first before worrying about all the other stuff, you do the best you can, take as many precautions as you can, but you have to quickly extract them from the vehicle so they don't completely get obliterated. So then you get them out of the vehicle, right? So let's say that in a combat environment, you have a casualty, such as Mr. Kaiser claimed to be, and I now have him out of the vehicle, right? So I am now going to, once the situation is under control, I'm going to control his head movement to make sure that he doesn't cause any further injury to his spinal cord, and also making sure that I pay attention to his breathing, circulation, and ensure that he's not bleeding from anywhere. At the same time, I'm going to go ahead and call in a medevac request, which is also known as a 9-line medevac request. And there are 9 different parts to that where I give the information to the ones that are going to come out and pick up my casualty. I call that medevac in. Let's say that they say, okay, roger that. We will be inbound within 30 minutes, right? They come in, and the medic hops off of the bird, the medevac helicopter, and comes out and sees that we may have a spinal injury, possibly because of the mechanism of injury. So that medic may go get a spine board and a cervical collar, if I didn't have one already, and place that cervical spine collar or that cervical splint or that neck brace on that patient. And then we might even put him on a spine board, which is a rigid board you could place underneath the patient's back and roll them onto the board as one unit and strap them down so their entire
Calm down,
body
sir.
is secured and splinted to prevent any further injury to the spinal cord. That's what you would package them up like. There's a few other things you might throw in there, but basically that's what you want. So then he's moved over to the bird and evac'd out. Either way, if it's a medical ambulance, a field ambulance that arrives, you're going to do about the same thing. The only difference is between transporting them in through the air versus the ground. Other vehicles could be used as well, cargo vehicles, any type of vehicle that might be available that can accommodate a wounded soldier. So anyway, so let's go back to the medical tent. In that
We got
situation,
Dr.
you're not
Light
just
again.
walking up to the medical tent, okay? I'm sorry, but you're not, Mr. Kaiser.
I don't have a Purple Heart.
You are being evac'd. And even if you did, let's just say you got there under your own power. Let's discuss the type of injury that you claim that you had, okay? Initially, you say that the doctor, for some weird reason, doesn't choose to do an x-ray on your leg.
Stop right there for a second.
In which would be your primary complaint, right? Your primary complaint was leg pain below your knee, from your knee down, right?
I've got a question for you, for anybody in here. I'm a regular citizen, and I know probably some of you are, and for the people that have served, thank you very much. How many people in here at some point in your life has caused an injury to your leg in some shape, form, or fashion, whether it be falling off a horse, falling off your step because you were drunk, whatever the case may be, and when you've gone to the emergency room or visited a doctor and you told them you have an injury and it's irritated, what is the first thing they do? Just out of curiosity, you go into a doctor and you tell them, Doc, I have a leg injury. It hurts like hell. It's swelled. What's the first thing they do?
Tests.
Tests. That's one thing they do.
X-ray.
100% X-ray.
Test, blood work. Depends on what you tell them. All depends on what you told them. And what he said, after what he said, first thing they would do is take an X-ray. And if the X-ray did not look good, then they'd go for a S or a CT or an MRI.
Well, when I have went in for a leg injury, I can't say what other medical facilities do, and I'm not giving medical advice. When I have gone in and that they either they wrap it, or if I'm complaining or can't walk around or whatever, and that they put one of those those braces on it to keep you from bending your leg. Yeah, and they ask you to rate your pain. Exactly. Yeah, that's pretty common practice. So keep that in mind as you're listening to this.
And think about he got what? He went in for robbery a year ago. Or burglary, whatever you want to call it. And that was for drugs, right? So you would think he would tell Dr. Light that he had a lot of pain, so he could get his pain medicine.
Right. I did say first thing. Exactly. Yeah, they do ask you to rate then they check your blood pressure and all that stuff. But I'm just saying that normally if you go in with a leg injury, if you haven't already done it yourself, and that they're going to either immobilize your leg so you don't do further damage.
Exactly.
Especially if you didn't walk in on your own accord.
Yeah. Or an RPG hit it,
Right.
He would have been packaged up on a spine board, to say the least, if he would have been involved.
Oh,
in that
yes,
type
of
thing.
course.
We would have had him packaged up on a spine board with a cervical spine collar on.
It would have been
immediately.
It would have been a helicopter ride.
So
Right.
so let's unpackage this for a minute before we go further into this lie that we're gonna expose him on. His armored vehicle was hit by an RPG. It drove the motor in far enough back that it caused the firewall to hit his leg. Okay, that was his story. Another point that Tats brought up: if you're in the military, for the most part, you're not going to be riding along in this vehicle by yourself. There's going to be other soldiers in this vehicle with him. No mentions of their injuries or how they fared. Okay, so I digress. Let's move forward. So with that in mind, he sustained an injury that would have, in most cases, at very least, sent you, like you said, in a neck collar on a spine board, either by an Army helicopter, Jeep, personnel carrier, or something, at least back to the back line, to where he could be evaluated.
Yeah, we usually send them back to what they call the battalion aid station, which is the first level of care other than the medic. And then from there, they'll send them to either a field hospital, which is like what the old MASH units used to look like.
Yes, I love MASH. That was a great show, by the way.
Those have full capabilities as a hospital would, like X-ray machines and things like that. Because what they do nowadays is the operating rooms are actually put in tractor trailers, and they back those tractor trailers up, and inside those trailers are operating rooms and X-ray machines and things like that.
So we're led to believe that there was nobody else in the armored vehicle with him. They were Ghost Riders. So we don't know whether the Ghost Riders took injury or not.
Wait, hold on 1 second. I think we have a question. Locale asking about the Wrangler said the motor fell on him? ?
Well, no, actually, I think he stated that the firewall the motor was pushed back into the firewall, and the firewall smashed his leg. I think I'm correct.
What is it? 15,
I think the only firewall. I think the only firewall he's ever had in his life experience is probably on a computer.
Okay. Anyway, so let's keep that all in mind. So when you when we play this part here, because it's gonna go into where I'm going. Proceed,
Okay,
sir.
wait, just continue talking for a second, if you don't mind.
So what I'm getting at. So if all this had happened, the mystery Ghost Riders that he doesn't talk about, the RPG that magically pushed a motor back into a firewall into his leg, and he went 3 weeks in full battle rattle, which I just learned that term, which I think is kind of cool
Yeah.
because I'm a civilian and I don't know military shit.
Can I also point this out too? There was also an enemy in the area that needed to be suppressed. He never talked about that. What firefight ensued after that? How did they suppress the enemy? Was there any fire? Was he taking fire after the initial ambush attack? Because during an ambush, when you're caught in an ambush, they are trying to kill you right then and there. And usually that's followed by small arms fire and maybe a myriad of other explosive devices going off at the same time. So he mentions none of that either.
Well,
Just
yeah,
saying.
and let's not forget the mystery person that stood in the middle of the road or behind the Stay Puft Marshmallow or the grassy knoll and fired the RPG. Where'd this guy go? Because if he's going to shoot you with an RPG, he's damn sure not going to, like, especially if he sees you miraculously getting out of the truck after running 70 miles an hour and blowing your shit up and coming to a complete stop, and you jump out like Superman. You know what I mean? Holy fuck, this guy must be Chuck Norris. I carry
Chuck
that.
Norris.
Yeah, Chuck Norris is a bad son of a bitch, don't you know?
Chuck Norris would have thrown the RPG back at the enemy and killed him.
Exactly.
Oh my God, Chuck Norris. Shit.
Yeah,
Which video of yours is the one that shows the video or explains the whole vehicle thing?
It's this one, but it's earlier in the video.
Is it this one?
Yeah, it's earlier.
but
But
we're
I
already
would like
past
you to
that.
get to the. I would like you to get to the
I
leg, though,
know.
man.
Yeah,
I
just
know.
no. Just carry
Yeah,
on.
I know. I know.
Yeah.
Let's say that. If I hear what happened to you as a physician or even as your medic, I am going to order immediately some x-rays. Okay? That is standard procedure. There are no gray areas there. You are going to get an x-ray to determine what could possibly be wrong with your leg. If in the medical field, what we do is go through a process called ruling things out. So we'll rule out, let's say you say the doctor called it a sprain of your MCL. He wants to rule that out. And one way he can rule that out as well is by using an MRI machine, which those things are available to field hospitals in the field in a combat environment, not necessarily at the battalion aid station level, which is the first level of care other than the medic, but at a little bit further down the road, such as a lot of people are familiar with the show MASH, like a MASH unit, but now they call them cash units. They're mobile hospitals, basically. And a lot of them even have operating rooms in them and MRIs and x-ray machines. The whole works, everything that a hospital would typically have is just all portable and mobilized in a combat environment. But even so, you can also be evac to a actual brick and mortar hospital, and all of those procedures could carry on there as well, depending on how stable you are. And all of those little steps to get to that hospital are just a matter of making sure that you're stable and ready to go down the line to the next level of care. But you're not going to not get an x-ray. At the very least, you will get an x-ray. The doctor or the physician assistant or the nurse or the medic or
Yes, locale. That is full.
not going
Battle
to tell
rattle is
you,
full gear,
Mr.
Yes,
Kaiser,
absolutely,
to
sir.
just wrap up and self-treat an injury such as that.
And even Dr. Wright would give him an x-ray, And
what I was going to say is I wanted to bring this up before we come to the leg. I wanted to ask everybody watching, put a 1 on there if you have ever broken your leg.
I've not broken my leg, but I broke my ankle.
I broke my leg before.
But
I
I
mean,
have
I
had an injury to my knee, which I could show you the scars where I had scope surgery, not full surgery, which I need to go have a knee replacement done. Where I fell and I chipped the bone on my kneecap and did not know it, and my leg was puffed up for like forever, and it was hard for me to even walk around and that without crutches, and every time I try to put weight on it, even when it was healing, and that I would about pee myself because it hurt so bad, and that was
okay.
a regular fat little kid.
Are you
Not-
kidding me? Are you kidding me? I think he might be a snitch, or I don't know how he's getting away with it, but I don't know.
Full
Yes.
battle rattle, like I'll explain in the video coming up, full battle rattle can weigh anywhere from 80 pounds to 120 pounds and sometimes even more. My rucksack, which is the backpack you see the soldiers wear, as a medic, my backpack weighed in because we were doing a study on injuries that combat or infantry soldiers experience just due to the sheer weight of the things that we wore. My rucksack just by itself weighed 110 pounds on average.
All right.
Wow.
The only reason I was asking about the leg is because Tat explains in a very good way for anybody. I don't care how stupid you are. It's for any layman to understand that what he said is a bunch of bullshit, and there's no way in hell that he could have possibly have done that. And then he also says that he didn't even know that he broke his leg for 3 weeks. Sorry, that's not possible. The pain would have killed him.
But let's go a little bit further than that. So you say that the two types of injuries you sustained were once they figured this out after, we'll get into that in a second. But you claim that you experienced an oblique fracture, which is fractured at the angle, and this was a complete fracture. So all the way through the bone, it is completely severed, and it is an oblique fracture. An oblique fracture happens at an angle, like a diagonal configuration. You also claim a linear fracture, which would be straight up and down, like a crack right in the center of the bone, following the shaft of the bone. And you claim that injury was about a quarter of an inch wide. Now, with an oblique fracture, which would be at an angle, think of two triangles, both of them having the pointy end, or the top of the, let's say, pyramid, for a better reference, but both with the pointy sides facing each other. Okay, and since they're at an angle, which is unique, not unique, but which is a bigger complication of an oblique fracture, is that there is no surface for the bone to rest upon, as if it were just a clean break straight across. The
That's
bone
why you
would be
can't
butting
use.
up against the other
Yep.
bone, staying in place, allowing you to walk. The tibia, which is the one that you said was fractured, the tibia is the weight-bearing bone of your lower leg. It is the primary bone. It holds all of your body weight.
All of this means that there's no way in hell he could have even put 5 pounds on him.
Along with the femur, which is above that, which is the one that hooks into your hip or your pelvis. And then below that is your patella, which is your kneecap. And then below that is your tibia and your fibula. And the fibula is the smaller bone, and the larger bone is the tibia, of which you said was fractured via a oblique fracture and a linear fracture. So If you have two pointed, angled things that are butting up against each other and you apply pressure to that, it's going to slide off either way, whatever side it's angled at. And it's not going to allow you to bear any weight on that injury at all. And if you did abruptly, which I don't know how you would withstand the pain in the first place, but if you just happen to do that and stand up on it and also add weight, like you claimed, you said full battle rattle. And in case people don't know what full battle rattle is, it's all the equipment that you would wear on your body in a combat situation. It can weigh anywhere up to from 80 pounds up to around 120 pounds. Think
That
of
shit's
a
heavy.
small person or a small or a larger child piggyback on your back, and you'll get the idea. So he's claiming that he, with an oblique fracture and a linear fracture of his tibia, that he was able to withstand the pain for what, 3 weeks, he said?
Yeah,
That would
bullshit.
be impossible. The only way it
Bullshit.
would be possible is if he was the son of God or God himself. Other than that, there are no situations where an oblique
So stop a
fracture
minute.
of the tibia is clean all the way through.
So he would either, like he said, have to be the son of God or God himself. Maybe he's Superman, or maybe he is Batman. Batman has some pretty cool shit and powers. So what do you think, Tats? Do you think he's Batman?
I think that he's shit man, bullshit man is what I think he is.
Yeah, I think he's full of shit.
So
I think his
what kind of
superpower is he can
superpowers would we have as bullshit man?
bullshit man. You can enter and exit a bull's ass at will.
See,
Okay. We will finish this. We will finish this video. I just wanted to show this. This also came from Tats. Troll auditing the trolls. Claim? Tat, would you want to do this?
Do I want to do what?
Read it and
Oh, sure, yeah.
explain your community post.
Oh yeah. So he claims these things. He claims Army Ranger, which is a special, force type unit that does, special missions, and they're also used as leaders in a regular infantry platoon. So, an Army Ranger. He claimed to be involved in a enemy attack involving an RPG, which
and lie
caused
number
his
two.
which caused his fractured femur. And then he claimed that he was able to. Now let me just say this: if you are operating in combat operations, so you're trying to fight against an enemy and you're wearing all of your equipment, you're going to be expected to run, jump, fall down, and take cover, and all of those things. Be able to pull a wounded casualty back to safety. You're expected to do all of those things as a combat soldier in combat. So he would not be able to engage the enemy or anything with a full fractured, with the two fractures actually, one linear and one oblique fracture. He wouldn't have be able to do that. He was also claimed that he was shot twice in combat and he never received a Purple Heart. Just so you know, a Purple Heart isn't something that you can decline, and it's not something that they just say. Basically, the Army owns your ass, okay? And they can decorate their pretty little soldiers. They can decorate their pretty little soldiers with whatever they choose. You don't get a choice. You will get that Purple Heart. Whatever you do with it afterwards is your business, but you will receive it. They will give it to you. They have to check that box because that is the standard for a combat injury. He also claimed to be a military police officer, so essentially he's impersonated a police officer through his lying. And he also said he obtained the rank of E6 Staff Sergeant, which would have taken him anywhere between 6 and 8 years.
Driftwood.
The truth side of it tells you exactly his dates that he served. So he served June 18th of 1998 to November 30th of 1998. So how many months is that? What's that? 5 months? 4 months? And then
Yeah.
you have March 1st of 2005 to November 29th of 2005, which is also a very short period of time, which tells me that he either one he got injured during training, because that's all he could have done in these time periods, by the way, is
So
training.
he is making money off people using
Right.
these claims. But after you talk to people who are nationally known to find the truth,
Right.
that
Yeah, this information was given to me by a person, and if some of you guys don't know,
there's the truth right
there's
there.
a retired Navy SEAL out there called Don Shipley, and he exposed phony veterans all the time. And the person that he uses to get this information is the exact person that I use to get that information. So,
So he didn't even make it through a whole year to make through training.
no, he hasn't. If you took one part of that training, he would have probably only made it to his job training, which is called AIT, Advanced Individual Training. That's pretty much the amount of time that you're looking at there for either time that he was in. So yeah, he didn't. No, he didn't make it to any combat deployments that I can tell.
Yeah. So there's another lie. All right.
Hey, Cass, I got a
And
question.
Yeah.
there was something else on here.
I was wondering, would it be disrespectful if I made a brown heart with the ice cream emoji on it and sent it to him?
No, I don't think so. I mean, because he deserves a shit heart. I would like that. I think.
Oh, I
that-
loved this one.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's Colonel Richard Simmons with John Rambo, essentially.
Yeah.
Actually, what was going through my mind is when, if you remember, in I think it was part two, Rambo took part two, and Rambo's walking away from the colonel, and the colonel goes, "How do we live every day? How do we live, John?" And then Rambo goes, "Day by day," and that's
Day by
kind of
day,
reminds,
yeah.
yeah, that's kind of reminds me of that.
How you gonna live, John? Day by
Day by
day.
day. I don't have a purple heart.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but if it was Chuck Norris doing what Wrangler's claiming, Chuck Norris would have roundhouse kicked the dang RPG back to the enemy.
Right. Right. And there is, well, here's another thing. I was thinking about this. Maybe when he was in jail for capital murder, maybe he got into a part of his mind that caused him to believe that he was enduring all of these things, and these are just delusions that he had during his drug binges and things like that. I don't know.
Maybe he's lied to himself so many times he actually believes he went through this.
Right, maybe he does, and you know what? That's sad if it's true. And but can I just say this to Wrangler, if he's watching, or if he eventually watches this, Wrangler, listen, man, I am not doing this out of pleasure whatsoever. I do not gain any pleasure from this. I am not monetized. I don't get any money from YouTube at all. I have no reason to do this other than for the fact that I have brothers and sisters that died on the field of combat that no longer have a voice, and I am doing this as out of a sense of duty to them, because they no longer can speak. They no longer have a voice. So I am now their voice.
They gave out the ultimate sacrifice.
Yeah, I can't turn my backs on my buddies who died, and some of them horrifically. So
Yeah.
so yeah, that's the reason why I'm doing this. It's not for anything. Like, if I never gained a subscriber from this, I would be okay with it. If I lost my channel because of this, I would be okay with it, because I am doing what I believe on behalf
I don't
of
have a
my.
purple
on
heart.
How do you get autopsy reports from the Navy and give to your uncle? I don't know about that, Drift. I don't know. I don't know how you do that, because medical records are very sensitive, as you already know. I don't know.
That may be something you may have to write a politician for and ask.
Yeah, I don't know how you do
I'm not
that.
sure.
What is he asking?
get medical records from the military. Now, if he's deceased, there may be a chance that you can get those since you're maybe a next of kin or something like that. I think you probably could.
Through the National Archive, because I was trying to do this, they'll give it out everything, the whole entire service record if you're the next of kin, or if they are deceased, but only 62 years after service.
Yeah, medical records are the very sensitive things. Regular service records you can get readily, but you cannot get medical information. I don't believe. I could be wrong, but I know that medical records are sketchy.
Yeah, medical or not.
Okay, let me stop.
Military or
Hold on.
not.
I got to address something real quick, please.
Military or not, the HIPAA still
This is important.
goes
If
to-
you are a moderator, go ahead and put Mr. Dumbass in timeout. We don't dox people here. We're not going to dox people's full names.
What happened?
This guy's after Angry Vet. He's been after him for a little bit.
What's his name? I don't see it. So
Smash cock.
Yes. Yeah, that dude.
Yeah.
He went to high school with him and you know you personally. Well, are you mad because he fucked your old lady, or what's your deal, dude? Why are you busting his balls?
Yeah, I've been noticing that all night, and the other part of that is, this XO guy. He is correct. Between 96 and 2000, that time period, from 1990, I believe, all the way, or 91, all the way up to 2000, that is still considered Gulf War veteran era time period. So people would have that entered as a Gulf War veteran in that type because there were things going on like the no-fly zone, if you recall that, embargoes, and if he was in the Coast Guard or in the Navy at those times, he would have been participated in blockades against Iraq and stuff like that. So yeah, he would have participated in not necessarily. I guess I mean you can call them combat missions because that's what they are. You're preventing another country from doing what they want.
No, locale, you're fine.
I would not hesitate calling Angry Vet a combat veteran since he was Navy operations, by the way, are way different than ground warfare because there's all kinds of interdictions happening every single day on the high seas that you never even hear about in the news. And these are high stakes things. It happened all the time. So yeah, I don't have a problem with calling Angry Vet. And me and Angry Vet, we had to talk about this. And I have no problem with that. I think Angry Vet's good in my book, and if he's good in my book, I think he should be good in your book.
yeah.
Until proven otherwise, but I don't believe that will happen.
Yeah, I mean, if he has a problem with him, then he needs to come up here with Angry Vet since he claims to know him personally, and let those two can hash it out. And that it's not personal, but don't be dragging. Like, okay, so let me say this. I know it's going to sound well. Everybody's like, well, you're doxing Frauditor Wrangler. No,
he doxed himself. Actually,
he doxed himself.
Yes.
He gave
Angry
all this
Vet
information
has
to
not,
says.
to my knowledge, in my chat, has not, to my knowledge, gave his full name.
Yeah,
and that, so. Yeah.
Yeah, Michael Kaiser actually put this information on his own channel with his full name. He actually put on, I don't know if it's a forged ID or not, but he put a military veterans ID, which is your VA card, which suspiciously looks forged to me. And he put that up there with his full name, and it's also his criminal record is public information. So there you go. So stick that up your ass and smoke it.
Yeah, it's I'm sure it's a fake, it's a sock account. Probably somebody that doesn't agree with us going after Frauditor Wrangler, and really not going after Frauditor Wrangler. Let's get that clear.
No,
I would like for him to get in front of this,
right?
and that because he is a veteran, regardless of whatever, and that. But
Well, it's okay. Let's stop that right there. he never completed training. So
Yeah, if
do
you
you
never
really?
completed training, no,
So
I wouldn't consider him to be a vet. No,
Okay.
okay, there
no,
we
I
go.
wouldn't. No, I wouldn't
Because
consider him.
what were you saying, KS, about his IDs earlier?
His IDs are really wonky.
Now, I was
They look
wondering
like
if maybe he didn't have
if they're
a
fake.
VA under his father as a dependent, and is
Yeah,
trying to
that's
pass
very
it off
possible.
as his. Just because of something that the Stone vet said that his VA papers didn't look right for
Um,
benefits.
yeah, the standard to becoming a veteran, official veteran, you have to have at least 180 days of active duty, not counting your training. Okay? So there you go. That's the standard to be called a veteran. At least 180 days of service, but that
Which means
excludes,
there's no way in hell he could have done that.
right, that excludes your training periods.
Yeah, and I wish
Which
like the DMVs and that
this
would.
shows this here, right here, shows that it's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
I would love to see like the DMVs that issue your plates and your licenses, because there are people that'll go through basic, get
So
out,
wait a
but
minute.
they'll
Leave
go
that up
get
there for a minute,
veteran
Andy.
plates and stuff.
Well, I accidentally touched the screen.
Well, if you don't pass basic training, you're not a soldier. You're not a airman. You're not a jack diddly shit. You're just a separated person from military training that did not make it through. You're just somebody who just didn't make it. You can get a discharge. You're gonna get a discharge because you were in the military for training. You're still gonna get a discharge. You can get a
Gosh
dishonorable
dang it.
discharge. You can get a medical discharge. You can get but you're not a actual veteran unless you completed those 180 days of
Yeah,
service.
but what I'm saying is, I wish the DMV would understand that. So when they see somebody that's separated out of basic, that they
Right.
can't put veteran on their driver's license, they can't get
Right.
veteran plates.
Right. And that's the problem with a lot of these people, like Frauditor Wrangler. He's relying on the ignorance of other people to garner the respect and money and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yep.
And
Say that again.
okay, I'm not gonna lie. You know what? It would probably he could probably get me too because I don't
He
know
got
much about
me.
it.
He got me,
Yeah.
and I'm pretty smart. I mean, I did graduate high school and a little bit of college, and but my lack of knowledge of military, what I
Yeah.
mean, because real veterans, as I've seen somebody else bring up before, don't really talk about military stuff. My
Not much,
family,
no.
they served, but really don't talk about it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Okay, I'm sorry, but I've never liked Wrangler, and you've known that ever since you've met me, and we've talked. You've known that. I've said that every time we've talked about it.
Well, it's like what I said to Nightmare not too long ago. Is it's just like somebody that claimed to be a wrestler at one time, right? And they came up to Nightmare, and Nightmare has been a wrestler. And then
Yeah.
the guy starts talking about being a wrestler, but he's not really saying what wrestlers say. He's not really. He's not
They
really.
don't have the proof, They're saying different
They're just
things
not
that
talking the
yeah.
talk. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? And that's
exactly.
the same thing with us. When we hear somebody talking about being a veteran, and some of these bullshitters are very good, very good. Wrangler, I'm going to tell you, Wrangler, I would put him on the scale of maybe a 7 or an 8 on his bullshit meter. Like he's very good at it. But there are some things that he says, like the word slug. That we never use the word slug. We use the word round, a round in your shoulder, a round.
Oh,
That's
and everybody here, he says he still has a slug in his arm.
a slug. Yeah, slug is a slimy little
So,
fucking thing that climbs up your wall.
but yet, less than a year ago, he was able to commit robbery.
Right.
And if he still had a slug or a round in his arm, he'd be suffering from sepsis right now.
Right, and not only that, but it's a half a slug. So just to be specific. Oh, also, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. If you were attacked with an RPG and you were driving a vehicle, would you have your ruler out and measure how far back the engine was pushed back?
absolutely not.
No, he said that it pushed back exactly 8 inches, right?
And not only that, if that vehicle was destroyed or hit like that,
He
Right.
said, oh,
from
okay, wait.
basically from what I've seen and from what little bit my uncle talks about, when a vehicle, the military vehicle is disabled, they
Right.
actually leave them there.
For the most part, yeah.
How
And
many?
Um,
How many inches?
well, exactly 8 inches. And let me just tell you, not a foot, not 3 inches, not 7 inches, not 6.5 inches,
Well,
eight
maybe he, maybe
inches
he,
because Wrangler knows.
maybe he's used to the 4 inches,
It's
and just
possible.
doubled it and just doubled it, you know.
I don't care who you are. Let me put it this way. In my own personal vehicle, okay, I get into an accident. I'm not going to take measurements of the various components of my vehicle after that accident. I'm just not going to do it.
No, that's usually left up to a crash reconstruction
Right,
team and
right.
insurance companies.
So yeah, that
Okay,
was
here we
one other
go.
thing.
Let's answer Locow's half a slug and 40%.
Yeah, that's the other thing. 40% disability. I'll give you for an example. My father, who's a Vietnam War veteran, he was rated 80% because he was exposed to Agent Orange, which is that chemical that they sprayed all over the place to kill the plants and trees and stuff in Vietnam to try to expose the enemy because we were having a hard time seeing them. So he was rated 80%. Now I have another friend of mine who was hurt in training. He was hurt in training and he tore his shoulder, okay? And he was rated 20%. So are you telling me that if I'm hit with an RPG, I get shot twice, it's only worth 20% more than somebody who just fell down and hurt their shoulder?
and
Yeah, no
another thing I
shit.
wanted to point out too, since that's why I had Indy bring it back up. Okay, the claims and the truth. Okay, two very short enlistments: June 18th, 1998, to November 30th of 1998.
Strange they
Okay,
both got out on so close in the same dates in November. That's weird to me.
yeah, it is
I
weird.
know. It is
Okay,
weird.
so let's
It,
break
it's
this
it's
down.
it's it's like he doesn't want to stay there because he does. He's.
Thanksgiving.
I don't want to miss Christmas.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah.
well let's break this down for a second. So the claims, his claims. So if this happened in his first enlistment, U.S. Army Ranger. Okay, from what I know about what my uncles and my grandfather and other people have talked about, to become a U.S. Ranger, to become a Ranger, in that you have to have been enlisted more than the allotted time here.
Not anymore. Not anymore. To become a ranger, yes, the training it takes a while, but yeah, you can actually enlist under the job called 11 X-ray, which would be that you could go to right through to from RASP, which is the initial training, and then you go to Ranger School. Um, but yeah, I was
Well,
actually a medic. It was called Ranger Indoctrination Program back then, and I actually attended RIP Ranger Indoctrination School because I was the medic for Ranger
okay.
Indoctrination School for a
So
while.
in the first part of his enlistment, would it be possible to be a ranger?
No, not at all. Not even
Okay.
close.
In his second part of enlistment, would it be possible for him to be a ranger?
Not at all. Not even
Okay,
Okay.
close.
so
The
that's
second part was what? Was '05?
Yeah, Ranger School is 62 days long, just so you know.
okay.
Okay.
So
No,
wait,
I
I'm
was going
going
to ask
somewhere
this
with
real
this.
quick.
We've debunked that part, the U.S. Ranger. So we can just mark that off. Go ahead.
Right.
All right. When was the big push? 'Cause I think it was '04 they started going into Fallujah. Wouldn't '05 been the start of that push when they were sending troops directly over
I believe
as
so.
a basic?
Yeah, I believe so. But you're not going right out of basic training into combat. He still has to go through AIT too, which is advanced individual training. So
I know for a while they were pushing them straight from basic
no, you
over
can't
to
do that.
combat and then coming
You
back doing AIT during
that not in the
Fallujah.
army. Not in the army.
It was the Army because I've talked to a lot of soldiers who just got out of
Oh,
basic. and were
I
getting
hope you were
shipped
talking to
over.
actual soldiers. Let me put it to you this way: sending somebody straight out of basic, no, I don't. That doesn't ring true to me, man. I have to say, I'm sorry that somebody may have told you that, but you don't send a person that never had their advanced individual training into combat. That would be like sending a kindergartner into a college class and expecting them to pass a college exam. It just doesn't happen, man. It doesn't happen. I don't know who told you that, but I would question that person.
Okay,
They
so
had ISIF on their sleeves.
I don't know, man. Well, anybody can buy that shit.
all
Just
right,
saying.
so let's go to the next thing. The RPG caused fracture. So, is it possible for him
let's go
to
back to
be
the
in a
leg.
combat situation during his first enlistment there, June
No,
18th,
No, not even
1999?
close.
no,
By the way,
no.
MP school, because he claimed to be a military police officer, right, is 20 weeks long. Just so you know.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
On
So
top of
yeah,
that, I don't think in '98 we had the MRAPs.
In '98, I'm not sure when the MRAPs actually came out, but
I
I don't
think they
believe,
came
no,
out after, I want to say after 2004.
probably around then. Yeah, probably.
okay, my screen went away. Damn it,
So
Andy,
yeah,
what are you
there's no
doing?
way he could have had the RPG in
what?
the first one.
I
Yeah.
was
What do you want?
reading off the list.
Now he never says
Oh,
MRAP
my
in that
bad.
video, as far as I know. I don't know what type of vehicle he was in, but
Yeah.
he I believe claims that this happened when he was. He said he was 28 years old. I think when it happened. So
So
at
that
Okay,
would have been the
28,
second time.
yeah, he said at 28 years old is when he happened, and he also said he was a staff sergeant at the time. And if you were a staff sergeant, you would not be in the military for a grand total of 13 fucking months between two enlistments. That is an impossibility.
On top
okay,
of that, oh wait a minute. If he was born in '81, I was born in '86.
Right.
So in '98, I would have been 10. He would have only been 15 years old.
Really? Let's see. He was born May. What I say? May 14th.
Yeah,
close
I was
enough.
born March 12th of '86.
Okay.
No, you
May.
said. I thought you said 81.
Yeah,
Yeah, he was
81.
born in '81. Yeah.
Yeah,
He would have been 5 years older than me. I would have been 10 in '98. 10 or
Yeah,
11. He would have been 15, 16.
yeah, my older sister was born in 81. I was
So
born
what
in
year was the
83.
what year was that first enlistment? What month was that first enlistment again?
98.
No, what month?
Oh, June.
June. Okay.
It would have been
June 18th.
right after he was 16.
Yeah.
Well, you
It'd
can
be
join
right
at
after-
7. You can join at 17.
Yeah.
Yeah. With parental consent.
yes,
But he would have been considered non-deployable.
or judge's order, whichever.
Let's see.
Okay, so basically, what I'm trying to do here is, all right. So during his first stint with the first time he was there, 98 to
Shit.
November 30th, 98. That would have been military basic training, correct, or thereabouts.
Basic training is anywhere from 8 to 12 weeks long, depending on what you're there for.
Okay. So during his first employment, would it be possible for an RPG to cause a fracture?
He was not deployed, so no.
He wouldn't have been. He wouldn't. I don't think at 16 he would have been considered deployable.
No.
What-
If he was if he was 16, he would have never been able to join the military. You can only join the military at the age of 17, and that's with parental consent. At 16, you cannot join the military. 17 is the minimum age.
Let's do what you did in your videos and just assume it's possible.
No, it's not possible.
It's not possible. There's no assumption to it.
I know. I'm just trying to.
Okay, he would have Just
I want
turned
to. I
17.
want. I want to debunk every single thing.
You
that he
cannot
says.
join the military at 16. That's just
Yeah,
not
it's not
gonna
possible.
There you
happen.
go.
No.
Yeah.
At 16, you're not joining the military. No.
So what is
Okay,
it? So what
so
is it? Okay.
all right,
Hold on.
let me stay on subject here for a second. So let's go to his second short term from March 1st, 2005 to November 29th of 2005. Would it be possible for him to be in a combat situation where he would get an RPG caused a fracture?
No.
Okay, so there's that
No,
one.
because training has to happen first. So that's that. He has to have to go through training, which is at least. But I think in 2005 they upped it to 12 weeks of basic training. So I think now um,
I think it was 16 and 05.
it could have been. I can't remember how long basic training was then. Let me look it up.
Let's see, 2005 was the time I was going to go, and I think they told me it was 16 to 18 weeks.
What was Smashcock? Smashcock was a troll, and it was a sock account.
Um, 10 weeks actually in 05.
Okay.
Yep.
So it is not possible for an RPG to cause a fractured tibia and didn't know it for 3 weeks while still conducting combat operations. It's not
Not even close. No.
No.
Okay.
No, it's not
So-
possible.
His other claim, which the first one that last one debunks it, shot twice in combat.
Right.
Yeah.
No.
So there was no way he could be shot in combat if by his 2 short-term enlistments that were
Not
Because
even-
because he never fucking went.
No. I mean, he could have been shot in a paintball match maybe,
right.
but no.
Or during basic training.
So it brings me to U.S. military police officer during those short enlistments. Would
20
he have,
weeks. It would have been 10 weeks of basic training and 20 weeks of AIT. So, well, how long would that be?
2.5 months for basic training,
Right.
and about 4.5 months. Let's see, 4, 8, 12, 16, almost 5 months worth of MP.
So he did not pass AIT. He basically failed AIT.
right?
Yeah.
So he was never a U.S. military police officer.
No.
Okay.
No, because he would
So-
not have had enough time to graduate. No.
So that brings me to the last little subject. U.S. Army E6 Staff Sergeant.
No, that takes 6 to 8 years to be a staff sergeant.
And given what
Smashcock is not military.
so there's no way that it was possible with the 2 very short enlistments.
No. He would have been at best an E2 or an E3. I joined when I joined. I had 4 years of high school junior ROTC, and back then you were able to get the rank of E3 once you enlisted. If you got all your credits in junior ROTC, I enlisted as an E3 when I first got in, and for him, if he had ROTC, he could have either been an E3 or an E2. Most people, though, go in as an E1, which would be no rank at all. So the first rank you get in the Army we call them mosquito wings, which is 1 stripe. And then an E3, that's an E2. And then an E1 has nothing, no rank at all. And then the E2 has the mosquito wings, just 1 trident or 1 chevron. And then the E3 has a rocker, a half circle that connects the chevron like a triangle, like a piece of pizza almost.
Okay, so the
now-
private first class specialist.
Right.
Which brings me to my next point. Okay, let's think about this for a second. Let's just say that the person that he supposedly canceled their birth certificate, he claims was a buddy. Could
Right.
everything that he is telling, the story that he is telling, is the person that he unalived?
That's very close. Yeah, that very well could happen. He could have taken that information. For example, there was that lady who claimed to be a Marine for those years, and she actually worked for the VA, and she was actually taking the DD-214s, the military service records of others, and applying it to herself to embellish her career. And she actually was so good at it that she was able to get to be a commander of a Veterans of Foreign Wars organization, which is the VFW. She was the commander of that, which is the manager basically of that particular chapter. So people can get so good at this that they can even fool some of the best people out there. So
So let's go
Wrangler,
into a psychological point of view for a second.
right,
I know from what little bit that I have studied and read, I'm not an expert by no means, just
right,
because I've been fascinated and stuff by serial killers or killers
right.
and that. And in some incidents, if you go back and read, they take on an aspect or a part of the victim's life
Yeah, a lot of times, yep,
and they use it as a trophy.
right.
Could this be possible that the person that he was accused of canceling their birth certificate, could it be possible that he knew this individual well enough that he was jealous and basically took over this guy's life?
It's possible. It's possible. Who knows? I mean, with the type of lies that he's told, and this is the other thing about this. The reason why he did this, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, my speculation. The reason why he did this is two reasons. One is he did not meet the standards to become a full-on military soldier. So that's one. That's one embarrassment that he considered to be embarrassing, which is not embarrassing if you signed up and you just didn't make it. That's fine. That happens to a lot of people, and you should be okay with that. But the other thing of this is he has a criminal record of which he's probably knowing his personality type, where he's trying to be a white knight all the time, like a gentleman and always, old school chivalrous and stuff like that.
Yes.
He is embarrassed of his criminal record. So what does he do?
But
He
he's not. But he's not acting that way. You know, he's making
no.
fun of people.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. He's acting
Yeah,
like he's better than that. So what does he do? He takes on the persona of a wounded
exactly.
veteran. Because
Yeah.
who questions wounded veterans that aren't veterans, other veterans? No one. No one will question
All right.
an American hero like that.
Let's say he. Let's
Actually,
say
you're right, Locale. Listen to what Locale said. I didn't know this part. Locale said Wrangler said he threw a brick through a window to rob an old lady of opioids.
Right. That's exactly what he did. Yep. Yep. And that lady probably needed her pain medicine. You
and
know what I mean?
he unalived a real
Veteran.
wounded veteran
Yep.
for pills,
Right.
for
And
money
think
for
about this.
pills.
If anybody's ever been on pain medicine, I have. I guarantee you, Nightmare's been on pain meds, and I know you
Yes,
have, Indiana. How badly do you need those pills when you need them?
really
Uh,
bad.
Yeah.
I,
truthfully, I've had them. I've had so much. My body's become so tolerant. I can't
Oh, I'm
even.
sure.
It
Yeah,
doesn't
I'm
work
sure.
for it. It doesn't
But
work for me.
the
But
thing is that old lady probably really needed those,
oh
and
yes,
it probably took her. She probably had to jump through hoops to get more of them. She had to go probably get paperwork to prove that they were stolen and everything because of assholes that abuse them, right?
yeah.
So because I actually saw a lady one time acted like that her medication was stolen from her car so she can get more drugs because they would give her more and on top of the ones she already had. So
and
she acted like
that
she
was the
did.
point that I was making, Angry Vet. He is probably using because they were friends,
Right.
according to what I've read and everything.
Oh, the guy he unalived.
Yes,
That's what I've heard. Yep.
they were
They were
friends. Yes,
friends. Wow.
this guy was actually a vet. We can do some more digging into that.
With
he
friends
is
like that, you don't need
basically
enemies.
probably using this guy's story that he deleted. Well,
It's
how can he?
very, very possible. Very possible. So, yeah, man. I think we did a pretty good job here tonight, man. Um,
I really wish they would have joined. You know.
Well, I wanted to, because I got to get off now, but I'm going to tell you one more thing. Just one more thing to Angry Vet, or not Angry Vet, to Fraud at Wrangler. Sorry, Angry Vet, I didn't mean to do that to you. Fraud at Wrangler, Fraud at Wrangler. Listen, man, I go through therapy all the time. I am a military VA mental patient. Okay, so I'm crazy as fuck, right? And I'm here to tell you, I go through therapy all the time, and one thing that they tell me is it's more exhausting to always have to give in to your weaknesses. It's more exhausting to give in to those urges that are due to your symptoms than it is to try to get better, try to acknowledge it and get better and move on. So it's very exhausting to acknowledge. Like for me, I self isolated. Isolate. That is exhausting to me because I'm always avoiding this and I'm always avoiding that and I'm always avoiding crowds and people and this and that. And it's exhausting to me. It does. It's that. Why do you think I take all this medication? I take 14 pills a night because of all this kind of stuff that goes along with it. And for you, sir, it is going to be such a relief when this finally comes to light. I hope it is. I hope you can stop this kind of crap because right now you have the walls coming in on you. Everybody knows the truth now. And all you have to do, man, all you have to do to put this behind you is say, look, I was embarrassed by X, Y, and Z. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to say. I wanted to start a YouTube channel and make it successful. So I came up with this bullshit story. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm a piece of shit. I should have never done that. And you know what? I can accept that more than what you're doing now, which is avoiding it. You're deleting people's comments. You're going out of your way. That must be a lot of work, man.
Oh, hey, Tats. Before you go, would you describe what happened to one of
What?
the people who he blocked, like you told me?
Oh yeah, I saw when I was in I think it was the other night, 2 nights ago. I think he was having his last live or whatever. And I'm in there
Yeah.
because I'm always in there watching, waiting for him to say some other kind of bullshit. And so I see an account pop up, and it looked like a canine cop, I guess, an account or something like that. And it said that he was a father who took care of his daughter, and I guess his daughter needed care because he was his caretaker, and or he was her caretaker because she was wounded in combat. And according to this guy, his daughter was shot through the neck in combat, and I'm imagining maybe a quadriplegic. I'm not really sure, due to maybe a spinal injury. I'm just assuming that, but I don't know. So his daughter apparently was a fan of Wranglers, and I think what happened, and I could be wrong, but maybe the dad made an account so he could communicate with Wrangler on his daughter's behalf. And when maybe somebody looked at the account, maybe they thought that, oh, this account's too new to be an account that we can trust, so it's a sock account. Let's delete it. But this guy was just asking, why Wrangler are you claiming to be the same? Why are you claiming to be the same as my daughter? Why are you claiming to have made the same sacrifices that my daughter made?
Yeah,
And
no
Wrangler,
shit.
what did he do? What did he do? He just deleted it and called him a liar, basically, and that was it. And
And
that right
blocked
there, that real
and blocked him, right?
and blocked him, and that literally took my breath away when he did that.
Wow.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that.
That just shows you he's a piece of shit.
Even if you thought that it was a sock account, I think that was a very legitimate question anyway. What about the parents that are taking care of their disabled veteran children that need 24-hour care and stuff like that? Because there are people out there doing that. And what gives you the right to claim what these people did that now are suffering? And a lot of them suffer, like my friend that got shot in the head and died 10 years later after his injuries he succumbed to his injuries 10 years later. And why do you deserve to take the credit that this guy did for our country? I just don't get it.
Yeah, no shit.
I don't get it, and it's a sad thing, man. It's a sad thing. This guy, his name, and you can look this guy up, Sergeant Mark Allen, Master Sergeant Mark Allen. He led a very good career. I knew him as his medic in another. I wasn't with him when he got shot in the head, but I knew him earlier in his career. I was his medic, and we were very good friends. And then he went off and he got shot in the head and died 10 years later. A quadriplegic, by the way. He couldn't talk, he couldn't walk, he couldn't feed himself, he couldn't bathe himself. His wife actually had this hoist thing that went over his bed that would lower him down from the bed into other areas so that she can change the sheets and stuff like that. She had to do all that for him. So yeah, Frauditor Wrangler, I'm just telling you, man. On behalf of my friend Master Sergeant Mark Allen, whose story was told on the floor of Congress after he died as a tribute to his military service, on behalf of Mark Allen and some of my other friends who actually died in combat, fuck you.
Well, let me read this real quick. This is from the news report that I was able to pull up. It says in Ohatachi, Alabama, a man from that place that I just has been arrested and charged with capital unaliving in a case that dates back to 2009. Michael William Keisner, 32, was arrested last Friday by the Calhoun County Sheriff's Office. He is accused of shooting and unaliving Donald A. Kerman, also of Othawhatchie in 2009. I'm not an expert on reading name states and shit or counties. Kaiser was indicted for capital unaliving on May 10th and pled not guilty to the charge on May 20th. The indictment alleges Kaiser initially caused Cameron's death by shooting him with a firearm. It is also says Kaiser was unlawfully in Cameron's home with the intent to commit a theft or a felony crime, according to the Attorney General Luther Strange. If he was convicted, he could face the death penalty or life imprisonment without parole.
And then why the hell is he not in prison?
I'm wondering if he didn't.
That's
Maybe
why
they
I'm
didn't read
wondering.
his damn. Maybe they didn't read his damn Miranda rights before they questioned him.
Either that
What
or he's a
about
snitch.
being mentally incompetent to withstand trial?
Not going to happen. He'd be locked up.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That's the part we don't know is why did they drop the case? I don't know.
Yeah, no shit.
That'd be interesting for somebody to
Did
dig
he
into.
know
I
about
don't
other
know.
murderers or some shit like that? He turned them all in.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I think the only thing that he really knew is how to create lots of friction behind a keyboard while he was watching midget porn. That's about all I can think he knows how to do very well.
And locale, we don't want blood from anybody, you know? We're not like all
Blood. Let's talk about.
everybody
Can I just
everybody
talk
said
about blood for a minute, locale, just for a
yes.
second, please? There's blood that was soaked into the ground on many, many battlefields since the Revolutionary War. On behalf of you, sir, they did these things so you could live in a country that you enjoy today. And that blood soaks the ground on battlefields all around the world, and even up until today, because there are people deployed out doing things that you probably would not be able to handle yourself. So we allow these guys to go out and do these things on your behalf, and the blood soaks the ground, and also the blood soaks their bed sheets at night from their seeping wounds and their infections and their pain and their tears from their parents and their kids and their mothers and their fathers.
I'm gonna interrupt you right now because he said he was gonna leave. Hey, Locale, would you join? You said you're a serious supporter of Frauditor Troll. I want to hear your side of it and how do you feel about this? Would you do it? Would you join?
Yeah, he won't. He's a coward. They're all cowards.
No, they're not. Not all of them. I mean, it's just
Well, he's been talking mad shit all day, all the whole time. I mean, look, if you can't get behind, if you think that I want blood on behalf of my, you know what? To be honest with you, if it was legal, yeah, I would demand blood.
by Wrangler, but not by.
No, by Wrangler, yeah.
Yeah.
If it were legal, I would. Absolutely.
I think Locale Elite or Locale's Elite. I think just meant that blood of him. By like we would talk about audits and stuff like that.
Right.
This
Well,
has nothing. This has nothing to do with auditing. This has nothing to do with the Constitution. This has nothing to do with anything like that. This has to do with disrespect.
No, I don't think that.
And someone scamming people that want to believe that he's a wounded veteran.
Yeah.
But he should also get in trouble for claiming to be a cop when he wasn't.
Right.
Oh yeah, exactly. I wonder.
Right. He
shit,
supports the police on his channel every day.
Military fucking police is stronger than regular police.
So
they?
not only did he is he saying that he supports the cops on his channel almost on every video, right?
Yeah.
But he also claims that he supports the military on every single video. So what did he do? He pissed in the face of those people who served as actual military police, and he also pissed in the face of every single veteran out there. So what does that make him, folks? What does that make him?
Shit.
Oh,
I
he's
don't-
also
shit.
pissing in the faces of cops that were probably MPs.
Right, absolutely. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. So where does that stand? So how can anybody support that? You, sir, anybody that's supporting him right now would have been in that compound in Waco, Texas with David Koresh, believing that David Koresh was Jesus Christ. That's the type of person you are. That's how weak-minded you are.
Yeah. Where's the Kool-Aid?
Yeah.
Oh, the
You
Kool-Aid
guys
comes out
would be
Wrangler's
members of,
mouth.
you guys would have made great occult followers. Because what I'm telling you is not made up. I'm not getting the information from my own ass. I'm getting the information from reputable, actual military records. And like I said, that record that I produced has the last two digits of his social security number on it. There is no other way that I would have gotten that information should I have not gotten his actual military record. That's it.
I heard you also have his phone number and address.
Oh, I have everything.
Yes. Okay. So there we go.
Wow.
I have everything.
Listen to this, guys. I'm just
Okay. Wait. I'm gonna block you. I'm gonna stop you right there. So you have all the information on this guy,
Right.
but there's nothing about a wife or a daughter.
Not that I can tell, no.
Wow.
Okay, so let me read you this little thing that I just found. I like doing.
I
Hello,
hate.
Frauditor Reaper. How are
I'm
you,
sorry.
honey?
I'm sorry. I hate Jeremiah or Jeremetha, but at least he begs for the money instead of lying for it.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that
let
He
me,
does both.
okay, let me read this real quick. I
Yeah,
wanna-
that's true. He does both.
Okay. This is an article that I found that I don't think anybody has shown yet or whatever. It said a 32-year-old man was arrested last week and charged with capital murder in the death of a man whose body was found shortly after Christmas in 2009. According to the news release from the Attorney General's office, Michael William Kaiser was arrested May 14th and appeared Monday for an arraignment in Calhoun County Circuit Court. The charges stem from the 2009 shooting death of 47-year-old Donald Atwater Cameron.
Can I just real quick interrupt that?
Sure.
Just real quick. Why didn't they mention that he was a veteran in the story? Can I just point that out?
I'm not done yet. I'm
Okay.
getting that. Cameron was found unalive in his home on. Listen to this, guys. This is just listen. Just listen to a second.
Listening.
Cameron was found deceased in his home December 26th.
Hey, the Blackheart Knight's in here if you want to put him up.
He was found unalive after Christmas. Can you imagine?
I'll post the link.
Can you imagine just for a second that somebody took somebody you loved at Christmas time after he didn't show up in New Jersey to visit his mother for Christmas and did not answer his phone? According to the release, Kaiser was indicted the 10th after Attorney General Luther Strange's office presented evidence to the grand jury. The murder charge was designated as a capital offense because Cameron was unalived while Kaiser allegedly was unlawfully in his home or in Cameron's home with the intent to commit a theft or a felony crime. Strange's office is not releasing any further information other than funeral arrangements for the deceased veteran will be released at a later time. Can you just imagine that, guys?
I can't at all.
So he took this person's life at Christmas time.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
I mean, how heartless do you have to be to take somebody's life and deprive them of their family at Christmas time?
Hey, Blackheart Knight.
How's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
There he is.
You didn't show your face, so I put it on solo for a little bit.
There's the Blackheart Knight. Now, Blackheart, can we update him just so he knows? Because I don't know that you know. Do you know what we're talking about, Blackheart?
I believe I know what you're talking about. I get the gist of it.
Did you hear about the military service and all that kind of thing? Did you hear all that part? I don't know
Yes,
if you
I
did.
did.
So, what do you think about that?
Well, to be perfectly honest, I've got an issue with Wrangler right now that, well, I'm giving him a few days to take care of it. If not, there's going to be some issues I'm going to bring up. So,
Okay, that's
That-
fair.
so
And I know that. By the way, I know that you're aware that I've made videos on your behalf, but this has nothing to do with that. Like, for me,
this is not about auditing or my side
no,
or your
not
side.
at all, not
I
even
understand
close.
that. I'm just here
Right,
to express my opinion on this issue, and
right.
all I gotta say is I'm not on the fence anymore about this. So I've got the. I'll just say this. Like I said, there's an issue that popped up that happened months ago
Right.
that I'm giving a bit of a grace period for it to work itself out. If it doesn't work out the way I think it does, well, it's going to be known. So,
No, just out of curiosity, did you watch any of my videos about this?
no, I have not.
Okay.
Sorry, haven't heard of your channel so much. So
Okay, no, I get that.
I watch so much stuff. It just
I get it. I get it.
That's
Well,
okay. I suggest you do. I'll drop the link if you want to.
yeah, and those videos have nothing to do with auditing. Just to put that out there. This is how
right.
you know
All
about
right.
me
Well,
at Blackheart.
yeah, just email
Can I
me
just
the
explain
link.
real quick?
And
Go
hey,
ahead.
would any of the mods drop his link for on Nightmares page, please?
So I'll just give you a quick rundown because we've gone over this several times tonight, but I just want to give you a quick rundown. So I am a former Army medic. Okay, I served in the Army as a medic with infantry units. Okay, and of course you know what I do on my channel. I'm the other side of what you do, so what I started to see was Wrangler was starting to talk about military stuff, and it just wasn't making any sense to me, right?
I
And then
understand.
and then other people were coming to me and said, "Hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? What do you think about this?" So what I did is instead of doing my own searches, instead of taking the words of auditors, or as you like to call them, frauditors, right? I didn't take their word for it. What I did is I used people that I have contact with, which I don't know if you ever heard of Don Shipley. Have you ever heard of him?
No, I have not.
Okay, Don Shipley is a former Navy SEAL, and he has made it his life's mission to out people for stealing valor from fake Navy SEAL, from real Navy SEALs, fake Navy SEAls. People always claim to be Navy SEAls, and he
Hmm.
basically outs them for that. He's world renowned. He's been on every news channel you can think of. He's well known throughout the entire world in the stolen valor era, or the stolen valor subject. So what I did is I called Don Shipley's wife, who is the mother, not only a wife of a career Navy SEAL, but the mother of a SEAL Team 6 operator, which his name is DJ Shipley. And he was wounded in combat, and that ended his career early.
Oh,
Diane
I'm sorry.
Shipley,
Hold up just a second. Troll
right,
auditing the trolls. Yeah, I've watched a couple of your videos. I think you did one on me a while
right. I've
back, and
done
I
a
thought it was
couple.
pretty
Yeah,
funny.
absolutely,
So,
absolutely. Well, I'm going to make you a point too. I know that you liked that Star Wars thing that I made, and believe me, dude, use it all you want, man. I
I
mean, that's
lost
fine.
that when that
Initial.
fire happened.
And
If you could email it to me, and
yeah, yeah,
when
I
my
can do
house
that.
burned
Yeah,
down, my computer was in the house,
Sorry to
right,
and
hear that. Oh my God.
right.
so
And
I thankfully all my YouTube stuff was on a external hard drive that survived the fire.
I don't have a Purple Heart.
right, but here's the
So,
thing, though. Here's
but
Can I just boil it down just real quick for you?
yeah, go ahead.
So the basic thing is I reached out to Don Shipley's wife, and I explained to you what her credentials are, and she recommended that I go to use what Don Shipley uses to pull military service records, and they're called the POW network. And Mary of the POW network is a saint. She's been doing this type of work for about 20 years now, pulling records of people who claim military stuff that never happened. And when she pulled that service record of Michael Kaiser, the service record said basically that he made two attempts to serve in the military, and one was for around 5 months, and the other one was for around 8 months, with a time period of 5 years in between. So a grand total of service time of 13 months. It's 20 weeks to become a military police officer in the Army, and it takes about 10 weeks. At the time he would have been going through basic training, it would have been 10 weeks of basic training. So doing the math, he would have not made it pretty much out of training to become an MP, in order to have received, let alone the rank of E6, which is, if you see on the screen here, these are all his claims. So his claim was he was shot with an RPG while he was driving a vehicle. He was an Army Ranger. This is from my community post, by the way. And he was shot twice, and never received a Purple Heart. A Purple Heart is an automatic award. You don't get a chance. You don't get a choice.
There's no way if you get wounded. I mean, I heard him say that the other day whenever he didn't receive a Purple Heart.
Right.
That was sketchy to me.
Right. Well, that means that he's full of SHIT.
Of course, but
Yeah, and the thing is,
I'm
the fact that, and let me
I
just
don't have a
mention
Purple Heart.
one last thing. I have people in my that I served with. Okay, one in particular who ended up being an American hero in my opinion. He was shot through the head by an enemy sniper. He lived an additional 10 years as a quadriplegic, and Michael Kaiser claims to be the same caliber person that my buddy that took a round to the head for this country is, and that's not acceptable for me. That's just not acceptable. And I don't care about the 1A when it comes to this. I am dedicating my time right now until he comes out and comes clean about this. I am going to dedicate my channel to him because I'm actually not just dedicating it to him, but I'm dedicating it to every man and woman who died on the field of battle on our behalf, that actually did earn a Purple Heart because of their wounds. And I am going to ride his ass until he comes clean about it because he does not deserve to claim what he's been claiming. He does not deserve to say he obtained the rank of E6 sergeant, staff sergeant. He doesn't deserve the title military police officer because he never was one of that. So he supports police officers on his channel, which is fine. But he now has taken away from not only a police officer, because many police officers were military police. He's taking away from them, but he's also taking away from people who served in the military as police officers. Double whammy right there.
Well,
Yep.
here's something else too, that if he done all this stuff, and that he claims that he done, and was a good little soldier like he claims that he is, and he loves, you know, being, he obviously says it according to him that he has police background, military police.
Right.
Yeah.
Instead of committing crimes and unaliving people, why didn't he go into the law enforcement afterwards where he could make a great difference?
Not only that, but just
Uh,
one more thing, one last thing. He said that for 3 weeks, or did he say 3 weeks? 3 weeks. He walked on a fractured tibia where he had a oblique fracture. This is my area of expertise,
no, he
by the
couldn't
way.
have done that. That'd
I
been way
call
too painful.
He had an
bullshit.
oblique fracture and a linear fracture. So an oblique fracture is,
Bullshit.
of course, diagonal, and then a linear fracture will be going down the shaft of his bone, right? And he
Yeah.
said that he patrolled and did combat operations on a fractured tibia, which is the larger bone of your tib and your fibula, the larger bone, the weight-bearing bone, with full battle rattle on. If you don't know what
Well,
full
it would have
battle
been weighing
rattle
at
is,
90 pounds. Am I correct?
what's that?
It would have been weighing him down at 90 pounds.
Actually, your full
80,
battle
80,
rattle is
80
anywhere
to
from 80 to
80
100
to
or
120.
120 pounds. Yes,
Well,
Yeah.
putting that much, I mean, his own body weight wouldn't have been able to support that
right,
fracture. So,
right.
Yeah.
So there
Yeah,
you
because
go.
that's the equivalent of carrying a small child or a small human.
And to be honest
yeah.
with you, I don't do this with any pleasure at all. I know that we're rivals on internet and we're rivals on YouTube, but this has nothing to do with any of that to me.
Absolutely.
This has nothing to do with any of that. I can be friends with people. I can be friends with you, Blackheart. I'm friends with Frauditor Reaper already. I can be friends with people and still disagree with you on certain things. That's how I am. I don't dislike somebody because they disagree with me. And I may poke fun and roast people a little bit on my channel from my point of view, right? But I don't hate anybody based on that. But I'll tell you one thing. I very strongly dislike Frauditor Wrangler right now. Like a lot. So
I'd say more than a lot.
a lot. I don't like him a lot right now, and
Well,
I
I can
think
understand why. Believe me.
I think that it's time for people that, and I know that you've been close friends with him for quite a while, and I think it's time for his friends to be. Now, here's the thing: I believe friends, a real friend, would go to Fraud Wrangler and just say this: "Hey, look, man, look, I'm still going to be your friend. I'm going to help you get through this. I'm going to help you get through this, but just own it right now, just like you did your criminal record. I mean, that took a lot to do that, right? But now you have
Yeah.
to own something else because the records that I pulled, by the way, have the last two digits of his social security number, and I will share with you, and you can ask him this: what are your last two digits of your social security number? His last two digits of his social security
Hey,
number are 99.
And
You know,
Okay.
Reaper,
hey, you know
Reaper,
he's gonna.
hold,
You know
hold on
he's.
a second. I
Hey,
wanted to say something to Frauditor Reaper.
you know he's gonna lie about that.
Yeah, hold on. I wanted to say something to Frauditor Reaper. Frauditor Reaper, you don't know it, but I've been following you before you started this. You were doing supernatural
Oh
stuff,
yeah, yeah,
and
she
that I
was.
was following you when you were doing the supernatural.
She was the ghost girl.
Yes, absolutely.
Yep. Yep.
Yep.
So I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying, if there are some friends of Wrangler, I do wish him well. I don't want anything to happen
And
to him. I don't want him to have a bad life. I really don't. What I really want for him is I want him to just because I've shared with many people already. I am a mental health patient with the Veterans Affairs Administration. I go to the VA for mental health care because of some of the things that I've had to endure. And I will tell you that part of therapy tells you that it's harder to maintain a lot of the things that you just bring upon yourself than it is to just get rid of it and own it and move forward from that. Whatever happened in the past, you can't do anything about that, but you can always do something about the future and you can do something about the present moment that you're in. So that's what I wish for Fraud Wrangler. That's what I wish for him.
Also,
Well,
I will.
one thing about me is I wanted to be in the military myself, but
Right.
no matter how much I tried, I ended up going to MEPS and they declined me because of scoliosis in my back. So,
Oh, that's a shame, man. Shame.
yeah, disappointment, but
Right.
my life was meant for a different path. But oh well.
Right. Well, my hat's off for you, man, just for trying. I mean, that says a
Also,
lot about
to
your
you people
character.
on the other side of the coin, because obviously I do some audits and stuff like that. Me and my wife do. We will never give a copyright strike to anyone that uses our content, whether it's to agree or disagree. And that I don't believe in it. It's fair use, and that I don't mind a good roast. That's why I watch a lot of different anti auditors.
By the
And
way,
not only that,
Frauditor. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, not only that, how can I have an argument against something if I don't know what your thoughts are?
Oh yeah, no, you're right. And here's the other thing, and I'll share this with everybody that's on here because I know there's people from both sides here.
oh, I'm sorry to
Um,
hear that. Fractured spine.
oh
Ow.
wow, that's terrible.
Ouch.
Um, but I will share this with you. My channel is dedicated to what I believe to be the truth, okay? So if somebody convinces me otherwise, I will turn fucking 180 degrees and be on the other side. I don't have a problem with that. My grandfather, and I've shared this story before, was the type of person that if somebody convinced him that he was wrong about something, like I did when I was 5 years old, I told him to quit smoking and he quit that very day. And I've always tried to be that way myself. But I'll tell you this, Fraud at Wrangler just needs to do his thing. But I wanted to say this about Fraud at Reaper, by the way. My dad just passed away about 4 months ago from COVID. He
Oh,
died.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, he died. He was a veteran. He died in a VA hospital, and he died about 4 months ago. And Reaper was there for me during that time, talking to me about that, and she was able to confirm for me something that I never knew. I was never into the paranormal or anything like that, but I saw a light floating over in my bedroom, and I showed her a picture of it, and she told me it was an
Gosh
orb.
damn it,
I never even knew
motherfucker.
about
Oh,
any of
I
that.
could share some stories with Reaper about some
And
paranormal shit if
and
she
that
wants
could
to. She
be
wants to
and
get
that
into
could have
that. I
been
Oh,
mean,
I've got a paranormal
that
story
that could
myself.
have been my father looking
What
over me.
the
I don't
hell was
know.
that?
we can discuss some paranormal shit now. I lived in a
Yeah.
house, man. I'll tell you what's the truth. I I mean, with no bullshit, I believe it within my heart. I seen it. You can believe me, disbelieve me. I that was 100% haunted by some kind of a spirit, and that was an evil entity, and it almost killed my grandmother. It tortured her so bad.
Wow.
Well, let me
Honestly,
tell you the little story that I encountered years ago, many years ago. I was living in a trailer park, and I was going to work one day, and I walk outside, and there's a bunch of police outside one of the places, and somebody was standing outside. I asked what was going on, said, "Oh, my baby died this morning." I was like,
Wow.
"Oh, I'm sorry." Well, months go by. They've moved. They've moved out. Somebody else moves into that unit a few months later, and well, one day the tenant comes up to me. He was like, he was pretty much white as a sheet. It's like, I woke up this morning and I looked up at the ceiling and I saw a baby floating above my head.
Oh wow.
Like,
Wow.
whoa.
By the way, kid ghosts scare me more than adult ghosts as far as like
Yeah, you
in
ain't
movies
shitting.
and shit. In movies and stuff, when I see that, that freaks me out. Like ever since I was a kid, when I saw The Shining, and those two little girls
Oh
were down
shit,
that
The
damn
Shining.
hallway, that scared the shit out of me.
Sammy girl, no, I haven't done any with her yet. I mean,
But
I don't have
Red
any
any,
stories.
rum.
anyway,
Red
guys, I
rum.
will see you guys all in the field of battle between the two 1A and the freaking frauditors.
Red
But
rum.
Battles
I
commence.
have to, I have to go,
Hey, wait,
guys.
hold
And
on. Wait. Hold on a second.
oh my God,
There,
Indiana, why are you keeping
I
me
don't
past
have a
my
Purple
beauty
Heart.
sleep?
I
there
don't
we
have
go.
a Purple Heart.
What's up, man?
I
just
don't
had
have
to
a
say
Purple
this.
Heart. I don't have a Purple Heart.
Hey, look, let me tell you something. What he has right now is his stories are about as, they're basically grape ape farts. They're purple farts, is what he has. That's what he has. Purple farts.
He has a black heart.
Tats, thank you, sir,
Blackheart.
for coming up and being a part of the panel tonight. I really did appreciate it.
No
Hopefully,
problem,
everybody
man.
else has enjoyed it. Also,
And I hope I did some good here. I don't know that I did or I didn't, but I hope I did some good. I hope we all did some good tonight. And I promise you, man, I promise you, even if Wrangler himself wanted to reach out to me, I tried to reach out to him several times via email. He tells people that he offered that to me, and I did that. I really did. Reaper can tell you, I am not unwilling to talk to you one on one, just like I did with her when I made a video that I said some atrocious things about her on my channel, and I immediately took it down and I apologized to it, and I apologized to her directly. We had a talk about it and everything. I don't mind that kind of interaction. I'm a person just like anybody else, and I hope that people can treat me just like I would like to treat you. I might have a little fun on my channel with some things that I do because I
right
love to do little animations and stuff like that. But when it's all said and done, I respect people as people just for
when I get a little
themselves.
richer off this YouTube thing, I'm gonna hire you to do some editing and shit.
Oh yeah, yeah.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
But
please
I'm
send me
serious.
that PNG of my avatar riding the ATST, please. I
yeah,
love that one.
yeah, I'll do that for you. But my question for you is there a particular character that you really like from Star Wars that I can maybe do something
Locale, what
for?
are you talking about? You're waiting to know what you
Oh,
did wrong.
jeez.
Luke,
Um,
Luke,
let's see. Particular
Luke.
character that I like? The Emperor, Sheev Palpatine.
Okay, maybe I can do something with that too. I'll send you a couple things.
Okay.
All right, man. Hey, you guys take care. Have a good
Hey,
night.
he wants
And
Chewbacca. He wants Chewbacca.
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 Um, Chewbacca. People all the time look on my property for Chewbacca, but they call him Bigfoot,
Well,
and I always tell them he doesn't fucking exist on my property at
I'm
least.
actually glad you're here, Blackheart, because I watched Wrangler and that,
You guys have a good
and
night.
and I noticed that you kind of disappeared from his channel.
Bye, Tats. Take care.
Thank
Tats.
you, Brandon Mitchell, for the $5 super chat. Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Brandon.
Yeah, I've been distancing myself a little bit. Like I
So,
said, there's an issue that I'm investigating right now,
Hey, Danny.
so I'm giving it some time before I say anything about it.
and I understand that, and I don't want you to indulge.
So
What I did want to dive into for just a second, because I know you and KFAR and maybe even Miss Reaper spent some time off YouTube with him, like in Discord, or maybe even like backstage and that.
No, I never spent any time with him in Discord. I mean, I barely work with Discord ever since I stopped playing EverQuest.
I used to play EverQuest. I played World of Warcraft too.
Yeah, I had a
I'm a
120
nerd.
Shadow Knight on Bristlebane server who was in Ring of Valor, Raiding Guild.
I played Star Wars.
Nice, Frauditor.
No, never played the Star Wars MMORPG.
I played it. I used to play World of Warcraft. I started playing back in 2007 when I started playing World of Warcraft, and then it just got to where after Wrath of the Lynch King, it just kind of went. I know some people's going to call me a nerd. Oh my God, he just said he played World of Warcraft.
We're all nerds with something anyway. We are
right.
A nerd is just somebody who's obsessed with a particular topic.
So, you know, and I have noticed with a lot of, I did too. I love WoW. I'm not going to lie about it. I love the lower levels, the battlegrounds and stuff. I'm not even going to, that's just a whole nother, whole nother subject. But I have noticed a lot of the anti-auditors that I have run across that have actually stopped and took time to get to know me and everything has found out that I'm not like other auditors. And I'm not saying anything against anybody, how they audit or anything like that. I have my own style. Everybody has a style. Even
yeah. I was just going to bring that up. You know, that's what caused Wrangler to actually respect you is the way that you do your audits. You know, but he's not a person I could actually respect. I'm sorry.
Well, you know,
not until he comes clean. He has to come clean.
I think what I was getting at that
I'm sorry.
we're all here doing our own little thing, and I don't always agree with, you know, what some people say about some auditors. I know you cover Chili 90% of the time. and I've watched a lot of it, and I've got a kick out of some of it. And if that makes me a bad person, then I guess I'm just a bad person. I've watched a lot of.
Dude.
I like a good roast. I'm sorry, but I like a good roast. Like this morning, we was all on a channel and we was roasting each other, and it was cool. I got a thick skin. I grew up in the first era of the internet, you know, where we had Yahoo Chat and MSN and all that shit. So yeah.
I worked for Walmart for a number of years. I had to develop a thick skin.
Welcome to Walmart. Get your shit and get out.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
But I just want to ask both sides, since I've got both communities here in a rare occasion, and that would you say right at the moment, given all the evidence that has been presented, and from what you all know,
hey, we're not done yet.
Okay, well, let me finish.
Okay.
Would you say that Frauditor Wrangler and Jeremiah Payne are in a close running to being the two scummiest people that you have met so far on YouTube?
I would have to say so.
Well, no, I mean, Jeremiah most certainly.
Uses his
Wrangler. You know, I've already expressed my opinion on that. I'm not going to blow my top on that, blow anything about that until I have all the information that I need, and then something will come out about that.
All right. Well, you want some more information? I'm sorry. Here's some more.
Coupled with a linear fracture would support that type of weight where you can go about your normal duties in the military. Because when you're out on patrol or when you're engaging the enemy, it's not like you're just hobbling along like a 80-year-old man using a walker. That's not what is required of you, sir. What's required is that you are in top shape and you have the ability to evade, take cover, bound if you have to assault an objective. All of those things are required of a soldier on the ground, of which you
Reaper,
would not
I'm going to send you an email right quick about this,
completely
so you can so you can know what I'm talking about.
Lie, sir. But let's just say that was the truth. Let's say it was the truth. So let's say you were stopped, dead stopped, at 70 miles an hour by an RPG, okay? The vehicle didn't move at all, just boop, stopped right there like a cartoon. Then your head remained perfectly still. You were able to like stiffen up and prevent yourself from getting whiplash or coup and counter coup injuries to your brain. Let's say all of that were true. Let's say that you sustained that fracture and it required a surgery to put it together, which would be a plate and some screws in there. What if you said all of that, right? Well, you would still get a Purple Heart, sir. A Purple Heart would be issued at that time. There have been commanders that have pinned Purple Hearts onto folks coming right off of the damn medevac helicopter and taken into the freaking med tent. Commanders do that all the time. People get pinned in the hospital before any paperwork is submitted because they already know that you're going to get the Purple Heart, period. It is not a optional thing. If you are wounded by hostile fire, like you claimed you were in a combat area, like you claimed you were, you get the Purple Heart, full stop, period. That's it. All right. But with all of the things that you left out, like what happened to the buddies that were in the vehicle with you, liar? Most soldiers that when they're talking about something like that occurring and you were not in that vehicle by yourself, I can guarantee you that. What happened to your buddies? Why didn't you mention them in your story? You know why? Because it didn't happen. Why didn't you mention the fact that you had a stiff neck and you had a severe headache from being whipped around in that vehicle through such a violent action? That never happened because you didn't consider that. You only want people to buy the bullshit story of your leg. And I would estimate that you probably did have a surgery on your leg, of which you would probably produce a scar to try to convince and further your lie. But I will tell you this, that it is very possible that you did hurt your leg in the military, and it's very possible that it was service connected. You could have done a lot of different things in the military that would have caused that injury other than combat. And of course, you may have gotten surgery on that leg as well as your shoulder. Those scars on your shoulder are only indicative of an orthoscopic surgery. And anyone who's had to have a tibia repaired, such as what you said, it sounds about accurate, the plate and the screws. It doesn't matter how it happened because I know it didn't happen in combat and I know you didn't walk on it for 3
All
weeks
right,
in full battle
Reaper,
rattle.
check your
So
email.
that only leaves one other option, and that is you either heard it as a civilian after you got out of the military and you had that surgery, or you heard it during some sort of non-combat related activity that you participated in the military requiring that level of care, because that's the only reason why you wouldn't have a Purple Heart for that type of injury. By the way, physician assistant is correct, so you get a point for that. Who the fuck comes up with Dr. Light?
I don't have a Purple Heart.
But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I only need you to do one thing for me. Actually, two things for me. If you've ever broken a leg, and especially the tibia, can you please let me know down in the comments whether or not you are going to be able to walk around with your broken tibia carrying an additional 80 to 120 pounds in a combat environment in which much is required? Let me ask you that question and put that down in the comments. Please tell me about your experience with your.
Okay. I think that's the rest of it.
I don't have a Purple Heart.
Yeah. So, yeah. And if he still had a slug, which was really, according to Tats, is a round still stuck in him, he would be suffering from sepsis right now.
I don't like slugs.
Mm-hmm.
He'd be septic. So that's why they always take a bullet out.
If they're able to take the bullet out, sometimes it's not exactly possible. depending
Well,
on the location of the
yeah,
body.
yeah. It all depends, but I'm just saying the
No, it's okay
location
to
that he's
support
saying.
Frauditor Troll. Frauditor Troll. I wasn't really after Frauditor Troll. I was just saying, like, if the roles were reversed and we were talking about Wrangler as an auditor, 50 channels would have been on it already. Because of just everything. Frauditor Troll took a stance and said, well, I don't have all the information. I'm not going to blah, blah, blah. Okay. So this live stream tonight, and basically what Tats has been doing is, and I'm sure there's other bits of information that's fixing to come out, and that if this is true, which is pretty much a given, why is not, because even in our community, some people we go after, like Jeremetha, and I've been after him hard.
He screwed me over big time because I was just, getting off of Facebook and all that stuff, and said, you know what, screw this, I can't stand Facebook, and started spending more time on YouTube, right? But I never thought, hey, let's look at his past and all that crap, because you never think about that shit,
Well, he has a beautiful little girl, and he
so I gave him the benefit of the doubt, and
he uses her to play on your heartstrings.
And he kept telling me the same story over and over and over and over again, and nothing changed. And that's what I always look for like the red flags and all that shit. And then all of a sudden, bam, then his story starts changing. And I'm just like, oh, hell no. I'm not being a part of this shit. He's scamming people. Fuck this shit. And now we have Frauditor Wrangler doing the same thing.
No daughter, no puppy. Yeah. Well, I got another question, just out of normal curiosity, guys.
Just, hey, could you ask the question as if you're talking to Frauditor Troll? Let's imagine he's in the chat room. What would you ask him? Because he might be watching right now. I don't know.
Well, I just go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. You go ahead.
I was just going to say, and Sammy brought up a good point there. Let's just say, for instance, like he has Wrangler has a daughter, he has a puppy, and he has a wife. How does he manage to keep all of these things quiet while he's doing a live? Sometimes for 3 hours. Now, I do have a family. Contrary to some popular belief, my wife is downstairs watching probably some criminal show. She likes murder mysteries and things like that. But my two grandchildren,
they're always walking inside of you.
Oh yeah,
or your pets, or your dog's always jumping on top of you.
Oh yeah, my dog is living here behind me right now. She's a good little
you always hear shit in the background. I've never heard Kimmy. I'm Kimmy.
Wrangler at this point reminds me of the issue between him and Kimmy. Reminds me of, and I'm going to use EverQuest on this one. I was in a guild in EverQuest that was run by, I forget the name of the person, but they seemed like they had a dual personality. A married couple that ran the guild, and you never saw them together. We always suspected, those that left the guild suspected multiple personality disorder. That, you saw one, you never saw the other. They were never together. And every other husband-wife combo that I saw in EverQuest always played together. So that's where I'm coming from on that right there.
Yeah, even when I played World of Warcraft, before my wife was deceased, that I was married to in 2016, we always played together, and even like in Discord and stuff like that, we were on live chat together or whatever, and there's always going to be some kind of a background noise. I don't hear his wife. I don't hear his dog. I don't hear his child. And see, he used to talk about his child all the time, but he just stopped talking about his little princess.
Okay, now let's say
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah, let's say he keeps them downstairs or something, while he does his lives.
I didn't know trailers had a downstairs.
What's the trailer?
Yes, he absolutely lives in a mobile home. Absolutely.
Okay.
And I'm not a trailer park efficient, but I've lived in enough mobile homes
Reaper, I sent you another email.
because I'm a poor white guy.
That means we would definitely be in hearing stuff in the background.
And I don't understand it.
We've never heard it once. You never heard Kenny saying, "Hey, hurry! It's time to eat. Get off of your live." Or
how old is his daughter supposed to be?
I've never kept up with that.
And didn't he got $1,200 that one day just for saying it was her birthday when it really wasn't?
Yes, Miss Reaper put out a very good video yesterday about the stuff that I'm touching on right now. If y'all haven't seen it, you need to go watch it.
I haven't. We can watch it right now. Where's it at?
I mean, I don't keep up with anybody's personal life that much. I mean, tend to mind my own business. I got so much I got to do throughout the day. I got to work. I got to come here and do my videos. And so, therefore, I don't have time to really look at anybody else's life and see how many children they have. So that's my take on that right there.
Right. Well, I mean, he did used to talk about it all the time when he first started with Frauditor Troll, and then even with Kick and a bunch of other people. Is like, he even made points several times with KFAR that my child's in bed asleep like a good, when he was dissing Jeremiah. But given the times of his lives and everything, I'm not sure how old the child was supposed to be. The child wouldn't be asleep at 7 o'clock in the afternoon or in the evening, excuse me, and during the live. And children are going to make noises. They're going to ask for stuff. They're going to come and say, "Hey, Daddy, I need this," or "Daddy, can I have that?" Or you're going to hear mommy yelling at the child, but you never hear none of that. And why?
Every once in a while, you can hear on Hezekiah's channel his dog barking, or you can see his mother walking across the screen, or something like that.
Yeah, that's how it goes, All right. Well,
guys, I've got to go. It's getting late here for me.
See you later, Mr. Blackheart. Thank you for coming.
Hey, Blackheart Knight, I'm glad you joined.
I'm sorry?
I'm glad you joined.
Yeah, well, I had to say something myself because, well, like I said, if what I think is going to happen happens, well, after Monday, sometime this week, yeah, expect to hear something about it.
I'll be watching.
Yeah. So I'll just let it go for now, but
yeah. So I mean,
if you get bored and need a new subject, I have content available. You're welcome. You won't never get a copyright strike from me. And that
if for anybody on that, I probably will.
I mean, anybody watching or Glenn Serio or whatever, I'm not none of them, but I am a redneck, and I do some crazy shit, like talk to a grasshopper on a cop car.
Talk to a grasshopper on a cop car. Hell, yes. When I was a kid, I gave CPR to a grasshopper.
So
the funny thing is, it worked. Okay, I will go now.
All right, buddy. Have a good one.
Hey, take care.
Okay. Take care. Bye.
So that was a lot of fun.
Okay, for everybody, I wanted to say that, yeah, I'm here. I'm actually not on my my site to actually type anything, but I'm sharing it.
You'll have to go watch the short, Reaper. It's funny as hell. It's a little short.
No, you don't. This is what we were talking about.
I don't know, 410. Awesome. Oh no, he's going to show it. Disorderly, sir. I'm going to have to ask you to step away from the police car. You're being disorderly. Look, he's being disorderly. Sir, you're being disorderly. Back away from the police car. Sir, do you understand that you are on a government vehicle? You're being disorderly. Sir, you are under arrest. Put your legs behind your back. Tase him. He's getting away. Tase him. Okay, I'll put Name and badge number, Grasshopper. Exactly. No, I just walking. We was fixing to walk into the police department, and we was looking at the vehicles outside, and I happened to notice that Grasshopper sitting there on that car, and for some reason or other, I just went into full like freaking comedy mode with the Grasshopper, and that.
There we go. You want to watch this?
Yes.
I'm making a video on this. So I'm not going to say enjoy the video because the voicemail is so shitty. And
it's a beautiful
for
picture.
Somebody who calls all of us family members at one point, how he can just turn on us and then treat us the way he does. I would hate to see how he treats his real family members. Anyways, here's the voicemail that was left for Only Frauds by Wrangler. And then once it's done, I'll explain what this is all about.
Yeah, Eric. It's Michael. I don't know what your deal is, but we're done with you. You can go on making memes about me. I don't really give a shit. You want to listen to somebody like Georgia Transparency that has literally lied about everything he's ever done. And I guess you just have no perspective that after the 5th version of me comes out, yeah, okay, well, I guess I should just believe it now because everybody else has been wrong. So that's, you want to just keep making memes about me, dude? I don't care. Stop trying to contact Kimmy. She doesn't care from you. K4 and I are both done with you. I don't know what people have on you.
So
if he didn't care, as he claims, if he didn't care, then why the hell did he call? And that why the hell did he call the person if he didn't care about him making memes or whatever else? We appreciate it, Brandon Mitchell. Love you very much, man. Thank you so much. You're very awesome. Yes, we just got remonetized again, buddy. It took me 4 months to get remonetized.
Thanks, Brandon. Frauditor Reaper. I didn't know you were that pretty. Just wanted to say compliment.
Like a broken 13 hertz. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Why would you call somebody if you didn't care? I mean, I don't understand that.
Yeah, no shit. Doesn't make any sense. And look, right? Hey, can you see the mouse? Stone Vet is right now. It says Wrangler is live and we're live.
Oh, cool.
Younger guy ended up getting super wasted.
But I don't see him.
Doing well.
Where is Wrangler?
I don't know.
Okay, so let's introduce yourself.
All right, let's just go back.
We're done with you. You can go on making memes about me. I don't really give a shit. You want to listen to somebody like Georgia? It was whispered about you. K-Far and I did neither one of us jump at you being complicit with corrections running scams. You are complicit with reefer running scams. And I don't know what your deal with forgiving Jerry was, aside from it's just one more person who confident you got and then screenshotted and then you betrayed him. We'll remember that the next time you're fundraising for veterinary bills. I'm done with you. Don't contact me again. Don't contact my wife again. She doesn't want to hear from you, sorry ass. Oh, and
First, I just want to say, what wife?
you know, for as broke as you are, you seem to not have any money you didn't seem to have any problem giving money to Jeremiah. Were you complicit in his scams?
Are you mad because he gave it to Jeremiah? Oh man, that's great. I love that part right there.
Is he mad? Is he mad because he has to do his scam a different way, or in Jeremiah just go plain out, just sits there and begs for it, or he lies about a daughter's birthday to get $1,200? I don't know, man.
I don't know either.
Okay, so let's review that voicemail now. First of all, Wrangler seems to be becoming more unhinged and triggered as the truth keeps coming out about him. He keeps saying now, like, the fifth story or the fifth thing that about him. Everything that has come out about Wrangler is absolutely 100% factually true. Nothing any of us have said is a lie, including myself. I know a lot about him just from being friends with him. Him sending me those photos of him and a little girl, but claiming it was his dead battle buddy and his little girl. Him giving me different names that supposedly was him. And then him being on my live streams and saying he was actually shot twice in the back. Never mentioned a shoulder, but now all of a sudden he was shot once in the back and once in the shoulder. He tells people lies and then forgets about the lie that he told. So then when he tacks on another lie or changes it, that's when people start thinking. Only Frauds and I had an issue for a little while, of course. I think everybody knows that. We have since spoken. We are okay. I have nothing bad to say about him at all. What Wrangler has done in this is completely shitty. First of all, I never ran any scams. Not even once. Never ran a scam. That's where it's bringing me to the point of this video. I have not run any scams. We know Jeremiah Payne has. I have not.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We know that Corrections 101 has. I have
not. I'm sorry.
However,
I'm sorry. That's a fucking understatement.
Oh yeah, Jeremiah's latest is nuts. By the way,
I haven't watched it, and
his TikTok. You haven't seen his TikTok?
His TikTok was closed, wasn't it?
No,
it was shut down. That's what I heard. Oh well. But anyways, Jeremiah, go fuck yourself. Wrangler, go fuck yourself.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you what Jeremiah done. Jeremiah went on TikTok, made a video of Sam Squatch and his little girl in a wagon holding a sign said that they're homeless, a homeless family, and Jeremiah pretended to be a kind citizen for TikTok to get money as a grift, and that said that these people were homeless and had no family and everything, using his own wife and daughter to get money from TikTok.
Okay. Okay. Wait. First of all, using his daughter? Hell no. Using Sasquatch?
Well, no. Sam Squatch big.
Sasquatch is not going to get him any money.
Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on.
People do not want to donate for Sasquatch. I'm sorry.
Please give me just a minute. I will find it.
All right. I can find it probably. I mean, shit.
Oh, I had to mute that real quick.
I have to search for him because I'm not subscribed. Okay, there we go.
He may have taken it down.
Yeah, what's new? Takes everything down.
Frauditor Troll had a clip of it on one of his videos this afternoon.
Was it a short?
No, it was during one of his videos.
Last one was 4 hours ago. Is that it?
No. Oh, shut up.
Ah, damn, dude. I'm almost fucking deaf from that. Cops get butt hurt. Threatens to arrest me and arrests me.
No.
How the cops conspire to cover up? No.
Frauditor Troll done a video this morning about it.
Can you find that?
Yeah. Let me find my YouTube here.
Oh. I'm sorry, but I'm not a Frauditor Troll guy, so.
It's called You're Under Arrest.
You know that, so.
Or no, wait a minute. Case reopened. It was Taco Terry. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Fucking StreamYard app. Okay.
Really blow this video up and give some help.
Like he thought he was winning in his
All
case,
right,
but just a few days later, the case got reopened, and now.
Okay, just go to click on present and click on share screen.
Well, no, I'm just gonna do it for my phone. There, y'all get to see my ugly ass. Yes, I am a real person.
Who said you weren't?
Devastating consequences for him.
Oh, I don't know.
Before we get into that, make sure to go check out Nicole's brand new channel, Married Cheaters Exposed.
Yeah, check
on
them
that
out.
channel,
Married
she
Cheaters
trolls
Exposed.
and exposes scumbags that cheat on their spouses.
Yeah.
The link is in the description. With that out of the way, enjoy the video.
Hey guys, I need y'all to really blow this video up and give some help to this family right here and her 5-year-old daughter that is in desperate need of help, or else they're going to be out of their hotel in the morning and homeless with nowhere to go, no shelter, no nothing, no family, no friends. So guys, blow this up. I'm going to put my Cash App and PayPal down below. Anything that is sent to me, I will document it and give every penny of it to her in a video to prove I do. Blow it up, guys. Thank you.
So that was Jeremiah scamming.
Yes, that was.
Hey, what's it called?
Frauditor Taco Terry has criminal cases reopened. That it was on Troll's video today.
It's today? Okay.
So yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, I'm a pretty good guy most of the time. Not as wild as I used to be. I'll put it that way.
Topics I wanted to talk about. There is Jeremiah that is now doing a scam on TikTok. And there's also Taco Terry, who seems like he thought he was winning in his case, but just a few days later, the case got reopened, and that might have devastating consequences.
Wow, that's crazy.
Make sure to go check out Nicole's brand new channel, Married Cheaters Exposed. On that channel, she trolls and exposes scumbags that cheat on their spouses. The link is in the description. With that out of the way, enjoy the video.
Hey guys,
I've never heard of Terry or Taco Terry.
Yeah, you ain't.
I need y'all to really blow this video up and give some help to this family right here and her 5-year-old daughter that is in desperate need of help or
bullshit. Excuse me. Bullshit.
And homeless with
They're
nowhere to go, no shelter, no nothing, no
Shit, yeah. Yeah, they're standing there when they could be looking for a job.
family, no friends.
What does that say?
So guys,
Homeless
blow
family
this
needs
up.
money
I'm
for motel.
Homeless
Thank
family
you.
needs
Yep.
money for
Anything
motel.
helps. Thank you.
Yeah.
Notice now. Wait, stop. I'm gonna stop you for a second. Notice in this video, she doesn't have her boot on, and he done that because he didn't want his TikTok followers to recognize that and everything. But everybody that knows Sam Squatch knows that is Sam Squatch. And the little homeless wagon that they pull around.
And you can tell by the what she's wearing that's
dude.
where she was,
Listen, I'm not no beauty queen or anything like that. Not by no means. But how would you like to wake up to that every morning?
I'd rather kill myself.
Dude, I would gouge my eyes out with hot pins dipped in fucking alcohol and slide down razor wire naked into a vat of acid.
And I would never do that because of my religion. So, I mean, it's, yeah.
Just saying.
I know.
Yes,
I'm going to put my Cash App and PayPal down below. Anything that is sent to me, I will document it and give it every penny of it to her.
Yeah, well, of course you're going to give every penny to her.
That's bullshit. He never fucking shows the fucking receipt.
In a video to prove I do.
Liar.
Blow it up, guys. Thank you.
So that was Jeremiah.
Didn't it say back there that they were in Middle Tennessee?
Yeah, yeah.
And they still want people to believe that he's still in Nashville.
In a video.
Well, actually, he has been in Nashville, but
blow it up, guys.
Maybe she's working at the club.
That was Jeremiah scamming TikTok viewers, pretending that he doesn't know this poor woman that is just out there with her daughter and is about to be homeless. Meanwhile, that's his wife, quite obviously. If it looks like a Sam Squatch and it smells like a Sam Squatch, it sure is a Sam Squatch. So yeah, Jeremiah, I didn't think you could sink any lower, but then again, you just keep surprising.
And Troll, why do you have to use Sam Squatch? You know, it's I think me, Dustin, and Nightmare that said it first.
Yeah, I called him. I even done a short on Sam Squatcha.
Yeah, me too.
Surprising us. Obviously, this info should be sent to the CPS near them because that is beyond disgusting to be using his wife and daughter to scam viewers on TikTok.
Agree with him.
100%. For him.
Yes.
And I think this guy is capable of anything. And he
I agree with that
hasn't
too. Absolutely capable of
sink
anything.
to new lows, even unimaginable for the regular person. So we'll keep an eye on him. Moving on to the next topic.
Wow.
Yeah, let's not cover this dude. I don't know who he is.
I don't even know. Yeah. I have no idea who he is.
I don't want to have to sit here and talk shit about somebody I don't know.
Wrangler has. How many scams? I'm not sure of. I do know of one in particular.
Because there for a minute he looked like a reject from the Mormon clan or something. No offense to anybody that's Mormon.
To his entire subscribers, that it was also his daughter's birthday, her 5th birthday. and how it was so disgusting that she had to share it with Jeremiah Payne.
5th birthday, and he had this. Oh my gosh, it's making me believe that he's more like Jeremiah every more.
Payne, and how Jeremiah Payne was begging for birthday donations. So he wanted to see how much in donations he could get for his daughter, because he knew he would get more and it would piss Jeremiah off.
Oh my God, Reaper.
He made several hundreds of dollars worth of donations.
Seriously?
Received.
He did that just to piss him off, and he got $1,200. Wow.
Several hundreds of dollars in donations that night alone. If my calculations are correct, he made over $1,000 in donations.
$1,200
for his daughter's birthday. Wrangler has no children. Wrangler does not have a daughter. If anybody was given the same photos that I was of him with a little girl, that is not his daughter.
Oh my God. That's
As a matter of fact, it is the daughter to his sister and his brother-in-law, who is older than 5 years old.
Oh
The
shit.
photos that he sent with her in them, at that time, she was 5 years old. The life of the 5-year-old daughter that he claims is his is actually the life of the 5-year-old daughter of his brother and sister-in-law. Not his daughter. Because Wrangler has no children. None. So before he continues to state that I ran scams, which I've never done, or that he's all over only frauds for having a fundraiser for his dog, which Wrangler helped with, he might want to rethink his own actions in scamming his subscribers. I know there were other times that he scammed money from his subscribers talking about his daughter. I just cannot pinpoint those days. I'm still going through live streams to find it. However, any of you that was here in the earlier times when I started going live and when he first started his channel, probably remember him talking about his little princess literally repetitively 24/7. Every time he was on a panel, that's all he talked about. And his battle wounds and combat wounds and all this other stuff. Everybody can remember him talking about his daughter. However, it's only been with the last couple months he completely stopped talking about his daughter. And that's because his daughter never existed. I would be really pissed off right now if I was one of those people that donated money for his invisible daughter's birthday fund on May 3rd.
Fuck yeah, I'd be pissed.
I would be pretty pissed off.
Absolutely.
It's not like he made $100 to $300 that night. Like I said, if my calculations are correct, and I've had other people calculate it as well, it was over $1,000 just that night. He was talking about how he was going to add on to his daughter's bedroom and all this other stuff and how it's expensive. That's not going to happen because he doesn't have a daughter.
What a lying sack of shit.
Oh God,
It's
the
just-
communist stream.
I'm so tired
Long live
of
North
him
Korea.
sitting there talking so much crap about everybody who finally figured him out. And they're calling him on it. And instead of him addressing it, he just attacks everybody else.
Yep.
Enough's enough. I've been sitting on this for months, wondering if I'm going to tell everybody or not. And it needs to be said. Frauditor Wrangler has no children. Any money you gave him for a daughter or a My Little Princess did not go to a child because he has none. I do have clips of him talking about his daughter. I'm more than happy to put those out if you would like them. But the most important clip is the May 3rd clip.
So sorry. Would you like the good news, Jeremiah? I mean, Jerry? I would like good news. I really would. Well, people are excited for the birthday of May 3rd. But here, that's the good news. The bad news is that it's not your May 3rd birthday that the funds are going to go into. It's actually going to go into my princess's funds. And I'm going to, you know what? I'm going to add an addition onto her bedroom that will be bigger than your cracked in hotel room.
Wow.
Of you.
Damn, man. Now, see, I thought you motherfuckers was going to raise some money for me. How the hell am I going to provide for my family if you motherfuckers ain't going to give me no money? Come on.
Well, no. I think I can find. Well, I've got one I've just been dying to ask you. You know, so last night you said some fairly kind of untrue and very hurtful things to me and my brother Admiral Catro.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, well, you know, you were referring to us as losers last night when, you know, our children were both asleep in their beds, their own beds in their own rooms, and were fed.
What's up?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
All right.
I won't interrupt you. Go ahead. I'll wait.
So me and KFAR are losers, you know. KFAR
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
He makes his fake wife, and then his daughter disappears.
Which he, you know, is constantly updating and renovating and making better. I own 2 homes in Austin. You know, our kids.
Wait, stop. What?
Clean,
What?
clothed,
Hold on,
shoes,
hold up.
minus
What was that? Okay.
And which he, you know, is constantly updating and renovating and making better. I own 2 homes in Austin. You know, our kids are fed, clean, clothed, shoed.
Shoot is in like you shoe a horse. I mean, you know, you shoot a horse, you know, like put horseshoes on them.
What the fuck?
Minus of cigarette burns or.
It was definitely an
Did you say he
impersonation.
owns 2 homes in Austin? Okay, Wrangler. And our kids are in bed asleep. You meant KFAR's kids, right? Are you, I don't know, playing second fiddle to the daddy role for KFAR? Because you have no children.
Clothed, shoed, minus of cigarette burns or, you know, crack pipe burns on their feet. And, you know, I can go and spend money on a husky puppy for my princess's birthday, which is, it's not your birthday.
One thing I've noticed about Wrangler is when he is telling a lie, he stutters. He stutters a lot. When he is telling a lie, he stutters.
One imaginary home for each
community
child,
and
and
you and your
sounds
boy
like an imaginary
can
dog.
sit there and brag all day long about how many years you've been doing this, how many subscribers you have. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. And the reason it doesn't is because I don't have to go e-beg to feed my daughter. I don't have to get evicted from Roach Motels. And the reason that is because at a certain point in my life.
Actually, the reason that is because you don't have a daughter to e-beg money for. How about that, Wrangler?
Instead of going out and getting locked up at 18, I did something with my life. And now I'm raising my daughter. And I'm raising her to be a productive member of society. So you can take your Jeremetha, paranoia.
How do you raise an imaginary child to be a productive member of society? Answer that one, please. I need to know. I need to know how you raise an imaginary child to be a productive member of society.
Exactly.
That's a good question.
And hey, everybody, and he wants to call her. He wants to call him Jeremetha, right?
Hello, guys.
What's up, Reaper?
Sorry, I was having a few problems
I
with
just
my
want
mic.
to ask. I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask a question. everybody here, please tell me, does it look like he's on meth? Looks like a meth head to me.
Well, it's certainly wide-eyed.
Hey, Grim Reaper.
All right. Yeah, it does. I don't know who it is, by the way. That's
Frauditor Wrangler.
Right. I see there's another Reaper around. Frauditor Reaper.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Your pig butt with a cop hat with a nightstick is a great touch. In a donut. Wow.
Tats did it for me. I still like the original better. I mean, I wish Tat made it like a darker one, like it was more dark.
Right?
Yeah.
Frauditor Reaper says he looks creepy for sure. Exactly. We've never heard the puppy. The puppies make noise. My dogs do all the time. Come here.
Exactly.
Come here.
I don't think there's ever one single time I've ever seen where your dog is. I've never heard. I mean, let me say this right. Sorry, I had something in my throat. I don't think there's ever seen one single time that I've seen you live or I've talked to you where I've not heard the dogs in the background.
That's because I love my little chihuahua, huh? A little bit. Huh. I love my little chihuahua, huh? Yeah, I love my little chihuahua. Yeah, I love my little chihuahua, huh? Yeah. Her a good girl. Yeah.
Yeah, my baby girl, she's getting pissed off.
Would you ever ask for money for your dog?
What's that?
Would you ever ask your subscribers, your viewers, for some money for dog food or anything like that?
No, actually, I wouldn't have to. I mean,
I wouldn't. Not me personally.
No, I'm just sort of like trying to figure out this child that doesn't exist. And I was just sort of thinking, well, hang on a second.
Yeah.
I don't agree with what a lot of people are doing on YouTube and ripping people off. I mean, I agree that if there's evidence to say that they are doing and they're asking for money for invisible children,
I mean,
etc.
the only thing we can do is expose them, and that's what we're doing.
Yes, I mean, if they're doing it on YouTube, they need reported to YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube won't do shit.
No. Well, they're changing. They're supposed to be getting rid of third-party applications for money, so it all goes through YouTube instead of going through.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you can't use Cash App and all that stuff.
You won't be able to. Yeah, Cash App, buy me a coffee. You won't be able to advertise it. You won't be able to list it and put the links in.
Are you kidding me? That will drive Jared Metho fucking crazy.
Well, it's going to drive a lot of people crazy, especially. I mean, there's a lot of creators who don't do anything other than do lives, and they ask for people to buy them a coffee. It's just like, really? Why don't you just go and make one?
Yeah.
You know, but
or they want Cash App or PayPal.
Yeah, they're going to stop people from advertising it, and you know, at the moment they use the bots to do that. They're going to be removed so that people can't do it. And
most of the time, I just tell people, because we just got our monetization back, and that it's like, if you want to support us, the best way to do it, hit the like button, share, subscribe. Also, we have a membership if you want to. Our lowest one starts at 99 cents. Yes, this is a shameless plug. And
yeah, but that's fine. That's fine. That's a different kettle of fish. That is choice for, and it's all going through YouTube. Don't get me wrong. It's not because YouTube are upset, because people are doing what they're doing and claiming invisible reasons. It's so that all the money goes through them so that they can take their cut, because at the moment they're not getting any money from the third party apps. So I'm waiting for them to put it in. It's already in the terms and conditions. I'm just waiting for them to enforce it because it's going to cause mayhem.
No, I have an Amazon wish list that I put in there. You know, I under no obligation. Nobody is to buy anything, and it's just something I like. Maybe somebody has something sitting around that they're not using that I have on that wish list.
Mm-hmm. But that's different. That's different. You with me? You're not asking for. You're not asking for it. You're saying, "Look, I've got a wish list. Are you? You know, if you want to, you can. Thank you very much." And that's it. You're not going on turning around and say.
But I will say, there's one thing on the wish list, guys. If you want to buy something off the wish list, it's the Monster mocha coffee. I drink it shit every day. I love the mochas. So if you want to send me something or want to get something on Amazon, that's the thing right there. The mocha.
But that's a totally different thing. Now, I mean, it's But I agree with what you said.
Oh my
right,
God.
sorry, I'm talking of coffee. I'm going to go and make one. I'll just mute up for a couple of minutes.
I drink that shit like water.
Well, while you're doing that, we'll continue with this.
Oh, and I don't know how I didn't notice this till about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock this morning when me and my brother Kfar were absolutely destroying you and Joshy. Was that somehow God gave my daughter, my beautiful princess, this.
Sorry to pause it so soon. The fact that he's using the Lord as part of his excuse, I'm sorry. That just pisses me off even more. I'm sorry. I know there's not that many religious people out there, but I mean.
Now, who's the girl on the panel with him? The Secretary of Defense.
I have no clue. Like I said, I don't watch them.
Well,
What?
Oh, I just didn't know who she was. I think I've seen her before.
Maybe Reaper knows.
Witch of Heart. Okay.
Never heard of her. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I ain't got nothing bad to say about her. I just didn't know who she was. I like the little creepy, gothic, spooky chicks. I don't know.
Birthday as what I can just loosely describe as the result of a backseat drunken grope fest and a broken prophylactic, with the resulting birth certificate being an actual apology letter from the fucking condom company.
Wait a minute, who the hell says prophylactic anymore?
Yeah, and I wasn't really cool with that. I'm sorry, I don't believe, and I think my wifey Kimmy Dawn will agree. I don't believe that you,
my wifey Kim, and he started stuttering,
should be allowed to share the same, the same day with my daughter. How do you feel about that, Aunt Witch?
I'm sorry, about what?
Oh, I said, how do you feel about that?
She was totally caught off guard. Totally caught off guard. You could tell.
Sorry, I'm trying to get my son to sleep.
Wow. Oh, I know you got to go here in a minute because I know it's a school night.
It is school night, like literally school night for me.
Yeah.
About your daughter and everything?
Yeah, about her having to share the same birthday with this.
Oh, that sucks.
Well, I mean, really, it only sucks.
Yeah, it does because, and yes, I have the perfect answer for this. It does suck for him because nobody will care about his birthday because everybody will be focused on your little girl's birthday because she is obviously way more important and just way more awesome and just like there's no comparison. There's absolutely no comparison at all whatsoever.
I love you, Witch of Heart, and I wish you had known this information before you even went on this live stream and said anything, but there is
I don't
no
have a
comparison.
Purple Heart.
When you're comparing a living human person to someone that never existed, you're right. There's no comparison.
About a 4-year-old that can point to her PTSD daddy at 4 years old and go, use your inside voice. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
My son says that too.
It is remarkable when something that is non-existent can point at you and tell you to use your inside voice. PTSD? Really? Wrangler, what do you have PTSD from? Burglarizing people's homes and getting chased by police? Yeah, I guess I would cause
maybe that's how he broke
PTSD
his
since I
leg
did
jumping
it
out a
so
window and running from
often.
the cops.
A little bit more, since there was almost another hour to that video. But I think you get the gist of it, where he kept claiming that his daughter's birthday was on Jeremiah's birthday. Blah, 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 blah. He has no children. That was why.
I'm sorry to pause it. I just want to say I'm really sorry to hear that, Sammy girl.
Yes, Sammy. I'm sorry to hear that, sweetheart. My condolences to your family. That's horrible.
I'm truly sorry to hear that.
I made this video. I am so tired of him saying that other people are scamming our subscribers, that I've scammed my subscribers. I have never scammed my subscribers. I wouldn't do that. He needs to shut his mouth and look at his own life and reevaluate who he is as a person. Because he has told so many lies about his own life, from his name to where he lives to where he's from, having dead battle buddies, being 13 years in the military, a special forces, MP, whatever, all these combat wounds, being deployed 3 times in a year, down to even now, being married to Kimmy Don. Everything. His entire life, he's lied about so much that I think he believes now that this is his life. A good sit down and reevaluation of his life is absolutely needed. And he'll probably get plenty of that chance when he goes to prison, after he goes to trial for the 5 felony charges he's sitting on right now. All 5 felony charges are the same felony charges he's done in the past and gone to prison for. Like I said many times, many times, even when I told you guys about when I was arrested last year,
Don't feel bad,
I learned
people. I've been
my
arrested
lesson.
too, so
I
don't
will
feel
never
bad.
repeat my mistake, ever. The difference between myself and Frauditors and Wrangler is I learn when I do something stupid and get caught and have to pay the price for it. I'm not going to keep going and doing it. They will. They continuously do it. I mean, Wrangler was still burglarizing and committing credit card fraud and ID theft and all this other stuff all the way up until a year ago. I don't know if he's done it since then, since he did find a more, I guess, legal way of scamming people, and that was starting a channel on YouTube. But these charges are all recent. His most wanted sign is just from October of 2022 out of Alabama.
And he's still in Alabama.
Before Wrangler can step up or step out and talk about anybody else, whether it's myself or Only Frauds or Corrections or anybody, he needs to reevaluate his own choices in life. And he needs to step up and start telling the truth about his military record, his service, how long he served. He needs to step up and he needs to admit that he lied to everybody about having a daughter and how he scammed people out of all that money on May 3rd for a daughter that does not exist. But he won't do it. Just like Dan gave him until this past Tuesday to come forth and be honest about his military. He refused to do it. Time's up. Maybe that's
Who's Dan?
Wait a minute. Hold on just a second. Not to make fun, honey, or anything.
Who's Dan?
Hold on a second. Not
Oh, okay.
not to make fun or anything. You were arrested for stealing a chicken.
Who was?
Not making fun of you or anything, honey, but that's just funny.
I know someone who nearly got
Yeah, I was,
an orange.
okay. Can I ask Reaper a question since she is friends with him? How did he get away with murder?
Oh,
how did
chicken?
Yeah, how did Wrangler get away with murder? Or are they still
Well,
investigating?
well, wait a minute. What was your purpose in it? Was it to feed your family? Because I'm going to tell you right now, if it come to feeding my family, I would do the same. I don't give a fuck who likes it, whatever.
Who gives a shit if it's
Exactly.
if it's to feed your family? You know, sometimes you have to do that.
I think if you're feeding your family, I don't see that as being a theft. I think that's a call for help. To be honest, and
it's not like you're burglarizing someone's house for
I mean, granted,
for their drugs, like Wrangler.
Yeah, granted, you can get over in the States, you can get into serious trouble for it, but I'm thinking,
okay, that's okay. That's okay, Reaper.
But guys, I'm not sure this bloke is, but from the sounds of it, he's a right piece of garbage.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit. I'm sorry. You don't.
No, I'm not disputing that at all. But
you don't make shit up like that.
But no, he's totally out of order, and needs to be exposed. Same with a lot of these so-called creators. Well, they are creators. They create fictitious people, etc., and fictitious causes. And do need to be exposed. This is one of the things that I want to get involved in. Sorry.
Yeah, and Tats is right. You know, people aren't going to look. They're going to look at it and they're going to see a wounded veteran, or they're going to believe that, and they're not going to question it, and then they're just going to believe his bullshit.
Yeah. And people do, because they're very convincing, these frauditors. I mean,
yeah, there are people that actually get the tattoos and all sorts of stuff because they want to believe that shit.
Yeah, they believe in their own little world, and they think it's true. Welsh News, how are you doing? Don't know whether you know, guys, but we've the group of us who've actually been totally open and honest on YouTube, and I know that's strange, but we're trying to create a network of people to either, basically do what they want without terms of service, in a nutshell, and things like this. I think it's important, and the more of this we can get out, the better. But you are stuck with terms of service, and you can't say what you want to say because you're restricted, etc., or show what you want to show, because before you know it, they put a strike on you and things like that. So if you're interested, let us know. I'll send you a link and you can have a look at some of the projects that we're doing. And if you want to get involved, you can do. And that's my shameless plug for something that's free.
What's this link for?
It's free. Right. We're a network, right? Believe it or not. I've known Indy for a while. Nightmare, I've seen you around. I think I've spoken to you in the past. We want basically people, creators, to be part and parcel of the network. You do what you want to do, basically, you know. But we've got a platform which will allow you to do it. So you can start off on YouTube and move over to a different platform and bring people over, and you can show what the hell you like. You know, if you're going to show porn, let us know in advance so we can record it. You know, but you're not going to get that. You know, porn bombs aren't going to get involved in any way, shape, or form because they don't like the idea of being exposed.
Yeah.
For people who deliberately go out of their way to rip people off and put out imaginary causes and try and pull on people's heartstrings for money, that I don't care who you are, you can be the best person around. You can have 100,000 subs or whatever, but you start doing that, in my opinion, I will do my best to expose you.
Well, here's the thing. In the 2 years that I've been on YouTube, I've only had to come on here maybe 3 times and ask people that follow us for a little help. When me and my father, we just bought a storage unit, and that's what I do for money. We buy storage units and I resell the contents. Yep. We broke down and I had to ask for a little help because I had just spent all the money on the storage unit that we went and got to get a tow home. Everybody that helped with that benefited from some way or another, because I sent them something, because we do auctions on here also. I auction off little stuff and we mail it to people and stuff like that. But I've always been transparent with anybody that I've ever asked help for. You know what I'm saying? But it's not like all the time. And when my father was sick in the hospital, I had no vehicle. I had to come on and ask people, hey, can you send me a little bit of money, $30-$40, so I can get a ride to the hospital to check on my dad, because he was very ill.
Yeah.
And, but it's not like I'm sitting up here, I don't sit up here and beg for money or whatever, just to do dumb shit,
I agree with what you said, what you're saying, and I don't see an issue with that. If people are more transparent, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing people in chats, not just here, but in other chats, that are transparent, and they're an open book, which is fine. There's no issues with that at all. If I myself, if I fell on hard times, I might have no choice, but I don't actually have those facilities, for people to send me money or anything. I've never asked for money. Right. Everything I've done, I've put money out of my own pocket into what it is that I'm doing. I'll never ask for money. I've made a promise of this. I'll never have any sort of PayPal advertising or anything.
That's the first thing I told myself too. I don't care how many subscribers I ever get. I will never put my PayPal or my Cash App up there, because people can use it. I think that people can use their money for better things,
Especially at the moment.
as long as they're being scammed,
Well, yeah, I mean, if somebody wants to donate it, that's fine. That's down to them.
I don't.
But there's a way of doing it without advertising or coercing people out of their money. And if you sub to somebody that you really like and you think, it's a good idea, you use the facilities which YouTube offer.
Reaper, I would have to say no to that one.
Well, when we do cop watches, I ask people, sometimes I'll give my Cash App or PayPal and say, hey, if you like what we're doing and you want to help donate a little bit for gas or whatever, you don't have to, but if you want to, that's fine. And I'm not it's not like every other thing, you know what I mean? Because gas is expensive and I like the cop watch. And normally I don't go unless I have enough gas to get back from where I'm going or whatever, but some people do like to be helpful and stuff like that and want to, well, hey, because he's bringing us good content. But that's why I want them to do it. If they because they enjoy what we're doing. You know what I'm saying? Not because, oh, well, I just feel obligated.
There's a difference in it. People, you're not forcing it onto people. You know, Frauditor Reaper, you've asked a really good question there. And I just want to cover that off. If somebody needs to be exposed, expose them for what it is that they're doing. You don't need to go into their private life. You shouldn't go out of your way to find people's Facebook pages and etc. and put that out, show the kids, talk about people's kids, leave families out of it. At the end of the day, this is it's a virtual world. Nobody really knows who you are.
Exactly.
Right. And I don't think that anybody has a right to be advertised, you know. But if there's somebody who is connected,
listen, Reaper,
and you got the proof,
I seen
go the right way.
I seen Reaper when you were selling the paintings or whatever, and regardless of whether your husband's in prison or was in prison or whatever, and that you were offering something in exchange for money. It wasn't like oh well, you know what I'm saying? Hey, if you want me to paint you a picture, this is what it's going to cost. If he can do anything you want. You're trading a service. You were just letting people know. That's the way I look at it.
This is all I'm going to say, Reaper. If they didn't want to buy it, they didn't have to pay for it.
Exactly. I'm not laughing at the scenario.
And that does not make you a criminal because you're your husband. No, not at all.
If anything, what I would put as collateral damage, because you are paying for something that you had nothing to do with. All right. If you had something to do with it, that's a different kettle of fish, right? But there again, it would have been exposed in a police investigation, right?
Yep.
But at the end of the day, you as an individual are not responsible for your husband's actions. And
not at
again, if it's relevant, it's relevant, but it doesn't sound to me like it's relevant.
Unless you committed the crimes with him.
Yeah, it sounds to me.
Which it sounds like you didn't.
The trolls are at it again, you know. And I hate trolls. You know.
Well, you know, here's the way I look at it this way too.
Feed them bullshit. That's the best way.
If somebody sends me money over YouTube, unless I specifically say to you, okay, whatever you send to me, I'm gonna send to Wounded Warrior Project. Let's use that for it. And I don't, then you have a right to be pissed off. But if you donate money to me, and that whatever I do with it is my business. If I buy cigarettes, if I buy beer, whatever. If you ask me and I tell you the truth about it, what damn difference does it make? As long as I'm transparent. But I don't care if I send somebody a $2 super chat. I don't give a fuck what you do with the $2. So you do whatever you felt, keep pleased with it.
Exactly, and this is why I'm saying people, you know, this is only my opinion. I don't speak for anybody else. YouTube have their own facility for people to donate. Use that. It's safer. It's better. And if somebody's doing a good live, etc., and you feel that you want to donate some money to them, use the super chat. That way, there's no comeback. But as for you know,
well, I'm not gonna lie about it. I got a friend. I called yesterday or day before yesterday, asked them if I could borrow X amount of money, and told them exactly what I was going to do. I said, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to go buy cigarettes and coffee. I didn't lie about it.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
If you're if there's a
okay, let me ask a question. Who's the idiot that donated to you?
Okay, good question.
That would be me.
But did I lie to you about it and tell you that?
No, you did not.
I didn't
They
blow
did
smoke up
not.
your ass and tell you the house was on fire. I told you the truth. I'm gonna go get coffee and cigarettes.
Yep.
Right. Okay. I'll let you into a little secret. Right. The network that we're trying to build, there is no charges. We don't ask people to put their hands in their pockets. Right. If they want a service that we can offer, and they're going to use it, such as a website or whatever, that's a different scenario, right? Because you're buying something,
Yeah.
right? You're buying a website, you're buying the hosting, you're renting that, you know?
Yeah. Hey,
That's
if you have that, would you drop that in the private? The link.
what the link for it. Yeah, I'll sort something out and put it in. Put it in the private chat, and then if you want to put it into the main chat, you can do. That's not an issue at all. The more people who get to know about it, the better. I'll just say one thing: if you've got Reaper in your name, you're part and parcel of the Reaper network. End of. And respect to you as well.
Well, here's my thing. Auditor or anti-auditor, I really don't. Their criminal record really doesn't mean much to me, because when I was younger, I made some dumb mistakes, being hooked on certain substances and things like that. And sometimes we get off on the wrong foot. We do dumb shit. When you learn from that dumb shit and use it as a teaching tool, I don't see why that should be held against you. But if you're setting up here like Wrangler, and you're condemning somebody with a criminal record, and you're calling them this and you're calling them that, when you just committed a crime less than a year ago. Now, isn't that the Iron Kettle calling a skillet black?
Yes. Yeah.
What gives you the right to judge what I do when you have a worse history than me? I've never canceled somebody's birth certificate.
It is a good statement. Never throw stones in glass houses. In other words, if you're calling somebody else for something, make sure that you are, and don't take this the wrong way, please. Make sure you're whiter than white, because it'll come back and bite you on the arse.
And from day one, when me and my wife started this channel 2 years ago, so it didn't come back and people bring it out, because I know how vicious people are online. I told everybody, this is my name. Yes, I've been to jail. Matter of fact, I served time in prison, and I laid it all out for people. I'm not afraid now. If somebody want to know about me, I'll tell you exactly where the fuck you can look, my date of birth and everything. Go look me up. Yep. I don't care. I haven't been in any trouble since 2007, and the last time I was in trouble was for a bad check. Did I do some dumb shit to go to prison? Yes. Have I done some dumb shit and that before I got straightened up? Absolutely. I was hooked on a substance. It's no excuse. I own it. But that's not who I am now. That don't define who I am or what I stand for and the people that I support.
Okay. You're being transparent with your personal life, okay, which is good. Right? No issues whatsoever. What I do have an issue with is people who have been caught and they're a predator.
Yes.
Right? And then they come onto YouTube and they get supporters. Right? I don't care personally. That's your choice. But you're just as bad as that person who was convicted of any violence or anything at all in relation to any sexual, I won't say misdemeanors, that's the wrong word, crimes. If you've been caught, you've been charged, you've gone through the court system, you're never going to change. You're never going to be rehabilitated,
absolutely.
In my opinion.
I agree.
And if you're open and transparent about it, then okay, you're owning it. the question that I've got in the back of my mind will always be, you could do that again. I don't want anything to do with you.
Sure, absolutely.
And
There ain't one cure
I'm
for a
sub to
child
someone,
predator, as far as
I'll
I'm
get rid of
concerned.
them. Yeah, if I'm sub to them and it comes out because I didn't know, I will unsub straight away once I found out, and I will do everything I can do to highlight the fact that this person has done this in the past, and
Well,
it's a moral issue.
Let me touch on something real quick, brother. That's the reason my channel was demonetized 4 months ago, and it took me 4 months to get our channel remonetized, is because I exposed a child predator and that was infecting our community, and I was not going to stand for it, because we have people that come in here that have little daughters, little sons, little nieces, little nephews, children that can watch or whatever. And this guy is going around under the name of religion, and he's a convicted diddler, convicted, not accused, not allegedly, convicted, and he was using the computer when he met this underage person, and tried to blow it off like it was some kind of a fantasy thing. And that, well, let me ask you something. I'm damn near 50 years old. If I was in a chat room and somebody says, okay, let's role play. Role play is cool. That's fine. Whatever people do in their own personal business is their personal business. But if we're role playing and I come to you and tell you, well, let's role play as you being my daddy and I'm underage, what shouldn't red flags go off in your mind, especially when somebody tries to say, oh, I'm underage or whatever, blah, blah, blah. No, dude, grown adults don't think of kids that way.
You shouldn't. I agree totally with what you're saying. But that, to me, should, even if it's in the private chat, that red flags, I mean, just unsubscribe from them.
And he said he made a mistake or whatever. Dude, it's not a mistake if you carried on a conversation for 18 months.
No.
And then tried to meet the underage child. That's not a mistake. That's a choice.
I'll also say you've got the same thing with people going after adults as well, and conning them for their own purposes, their own self gratification. It's a mad world out there. Just try and be vigilant so you don't get caught out. Reaper, I know you're heading off to sleep. I just want to say, first time I've seen you, you've been totally transparent about everything, and that takes a lot of guts. Especially when you're talking about someone so close as your husband. You are not your husband. You are your own person. Just remember that. And excuse me for swearing, fuck the trolls, because they're not worth it. I've got trolls out after me. I've got people who are trying to pull me down, because especially since we opened up about the network. Because if we were to get all together working as one, you'd be surprised what we can do on both sides of the ocean, because you've got the support of people. So, at the end of the day, carry on being transparent. Nobody else can pull you down for it. And if they do, they're not just taking on you as an individual, they're taking on a group of people. And the more people in that group, the better, because they can't touch you. And you've got support in there as well.
Well,
so
let me put it to you like this, guys. I'm going to tell you exactly how easy it is to pick up a criminal charge and do nothing wrong. Prime example. I went to my uncle's and went up there to go hunting. I carried my firearm with me and everything was good. On my way back from my uncle's house in Illinois, I got tired, and instead of driving and killing somebody after falling asleep or whatever, and that I pulled over in a rest area. Yes, I had a firearm. I laid down in the front seat of my vehicle. My firearm was in its protective case. Yes, it was loaded. When I was honest with the officer that I had a firearm in my vehicle, he shoved his gun into the side of my head, drug me out of the car like I'd just committed some violent crime, handcuffed me, put me in a cop car, and took me to jail. I was charged with unlawful possession of a firearm, all because a citizen called the sheriff there and told them that I was drunk, passed out in the front seat of my car, and hadn't had a thing to drink, wasn't harming nobody, and I got a felony charge for unlawful possession of a firearm because it was loaded.
Well, I don't know. I can't comment on the law over in the States. I mean, I'm coming over next year to the States. I'm going over to Massachusetts. But I've got to be careful because I'm totally ignorant of different laws in different areas. So I've got to be very careful constantly. You know, it's like I've been watching independent videos of what you should do if you get pulled over, how a cop can see you being aggressive when you're not being aggressive, and you've got to be submissive. And even if you like, you there's a classic. You'd be totally open and honest, and they twisted it, and you ended up with a charge for no reason. You know,
yeah.
I personally, I don't get it. I'm hoping that it didn't go anywhere, but if it did, that's going to be with you for the rest of your life. So you've got to be ultra careful, you know, because you can break federal law or state law or whatever you would make and not even realize that you're doing it. I mean, when I land, the first thing I'm going to be doing is getting in a car. I've never driven on the wrong side of the road before. You know, so I'm learning now about what the rules are. It's, I mean, it's like turning right at a red light. You know, it's like, whoa, that's something we don't do. Having to physically stop at a stop sign, right, line, before moving on. You know, it's like we have giveaway signs. We don't have very red. We have stop signs. So I've got to relearn how to drive. But you imagine me, you know, within an hour getting pulled over by a cop for doing something wrong.
And you know what? Like, so when I got that felony charge and everything, it screwed up my whole life. And that, not gonna lie, absolutely not gonna lie about it. It screwed up my whole life. I was just out of high school, trying to go into the military. I wanted to go into the Navy. I wanted to be a cook. I'm not gonna lie about it. I wanted to be a cook.
Mm.
The judge wouldn't sign off for me to go in. I had passed the military test, everything I wanted to go. And the judge said no. So I started using illegal substances, not saying it's anybody's fault. And I was working, fell off a roof, broke my back, got into some more heavy shit and everything, done some stupid shit. Went to prison for 18 months for 128 counts of forgery. I'm not gonna lie. Why should I lie about it? So I get that done and over with, spend my time in jail. Yes, I've been arrested for domestic. And that, am I proud of it? No. The circumstances, nobody's gonna believe me anyway. But it was after my grandmother had passed away, who raised me. My brother came in, handed me a phone number and said, "Hey, look, I ran into this chick that you used to, y'all get the drift." And my wife at the time got pissed off. She punched me in the face. And I don't say what happened next. I should, if I had been thinking clearly, I guess, and not under the influence and not, you know, but that's no excuse. I own it. I did. I hit her back. even though she was the aggressor, guess who they took to jail? Me. Okay, great. I done my time. I owned that shit.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing I'm saying, people make mistakes and they change.
Yeah, shame on you.
Well, it was wrong. It was definitely wrong. But you know what? Though? You know what I regret the most?
So,
not being able to tell the people that I'd done the wrong to, because they either don't talk to me anymore or they're deceased, that I fucked up and I'm sorry. And no matter how many times I say that, it won't change what I done.
Yeah.
I have to own that shit and live it every day.
Yeah, but there's a difference. You're not going to... Right. If people make a mistake, when I say make a mistake, if they break the law, right, if it's not actually harmed anybody, right, then if people, they get convicted, they do the time or whatever, right, then that shouldn't really be held against them, right? However, what I will say is if somebody has been harmed, then you as a person, even though you've been convicted, you're not only going to have to own that and live with that, but you've got to make some sort of restitution to the people who got hurt.
Sure.
At the end of the day. And that could be, you are making inroads into society or communities or whatever you would be, and you are a good guy because you've learned from the mistake, or a good girl, you've learned from the mistake. There's a difference, and you're being transparent about it. I just want to say good night to Sumi and to Reaper. And also, I want to thank you guys for putting the link out.
No problem. I already signed up for it.
It's non-YouTube. It's nothing to do with YouTube. This is totally separate.
I'm still wondering how to, go through it and how to deal with it. But I made an account, so.
Well, that link will give you, and will let you see what's going on, what we're doing. We are being transparent as we can do. We don't want to release anything which doesn't work. So we will be asking volunteers to try some of the things for free to see whether or not it works for them and to give us feedback. What
kind of things?
Well, we won't be building your website, but. If you go
I'm just meaning if you need a volunteer.
Well, I mean, basically,
I always have plenty of time. So.
Have a look at the projects and see if you want to get involved in any of the projects. If you want to ask any more questions about it, you'll be able to ask the questions. And
do you have your email? Do you have your email on your?
I've. There is an email on my channel, it's to do with the Grim Reaper radio show, the website. It's
I just meant if I wanted to contact you and ask you.
It's just it's quite simple. It's admin@grimreaperradioshow.com. Again, I don't mind telling people that.
All right.
I'm totally transparent. And people who know me, I mean, there's a lot of people in the chat who may not know me, but Indy knows me for definite. I am who I am. And I'm neutral to a certain extent. I don't jump on people's bandwagons that easily, because that can take you down the rabbit hole that
definitely
you don't want to be in.
100%.
If somebody is deliberately going out their way to fraud people, then I agree that needs to be highlighted, and that's what I think you've been doing on this show tonight.
We already have Wrangler, and we need to. I think most people know about Jeremetha, but I mean, it doesn't hurt to expose him more.
Yeah, but expose, and if anyone's sub to them, unsub them. If that's what you want to do, unsub them. Have nothing.
I know. I already unsubbed him. I'm just.
No. I'm talking in general terms. if somebody doesn't like the way that I do things, no one's forcing you to be there. It's your
Exactly.
choice.
You know, that's every channel on YouTube. You know, if you don't like
Yeah.
it, don't watch it.
You're absolutely right, Sammy girl. And you know what? You know why? I'll just be honest with you. You know why I'm
Hey,
so transparent?
nice to meet you too, Sammy girl. And yes, save a horse.
Sammy girl, thanks.
Ride
It's
a
been
tractor.
great meeting you.
You know why I'm
Nice.
so
Hey, same with you.
Hey, you know why I'm so transparent about what I've done and where I've been? I'll tell you why. Because somewhere out here, somebody's listening that has been addicted like I have, or has been done something stupid like I have. And if what little bit of information I share helps somebody change their life, then I don't mind being transparent and sharing my life experience, because ultimately I don't want somebody to have to be addicted to a substance. I don't want somebody to wind up in prison.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree totally. And I've got to be honest with you. I've never been addicted to anything. I've never broken the law.
I'm addicted to cigarettes, sex, and coffee.
I tell a lie. I got arrested many, many years ago for walking down the middle of a road, and I was drunk as a skunk. And I have no issues with that whatsoever. I got fined £25, which in them days was a lot of money.
All right, Grim Reaper, it's time for your story. Story time.
That's not a story. It's just
no. It's Nightmare's story. He hates it when I do this, but yes.
Oh right, okay.
It's time about sex.
Oh Jesus!
Oh, this is when it gets exaggerated, is it?
So it's New Year's Eve. I'm drunk. My dog gets out of my apartment. I live off of the court square, and I go looking for my dog. And so I'm on the court square, and this cop pulls up to me, and he says, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm looking for sex." And he takes me to jail for drunken disorderly and solicitation.
Yeah.
So now I've been arrested because of my dog named Sex. So we go to court. I take the dog to court with me, and they hold him outside the courtroom. I'm up in front of the judge, and he's reading off the charges. And I said, I stopped him when he got to the solicitation. And I said, "Your Honor," I said, "I didn't commit solicitation." He said, "Well, can you prove it?" I said, "Yes, I can." I said, "I told the officer I was looking for sex. I don't deny that." I said, "But Sex is my dog." "Oh, so you got a dog named Sex?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Prove it." I said, "Okay, open the courtroom doors." And the judge calls him. I said, "Call him." And the little dog comes running, jumps up in the lap, licking all over the face, and everything. And he's like, "Oh, so you really were looking for your dog named Sex?" I said, "Exactly." I said, "But there's a problem, Your Honor." I said, "You're under arrest. You just committed solicitation because you this motherfucker turned red as a beet. Put the court in adjournment, took us into chambers and shit, man. And oh my God, he's like, "This has got to be a joke. Y'all are roasting me and blah, blah, blah." And I'm like, "No, this is why he arrested me, was because of this little dog." And needless to say, they dropped all the charges except for drunk in public. Fined me $50 plus court cost.
So I think that's bullshit. You wouldn't have been outside if it wasn't for the dog.
Yeah, but I should have said fuck the dog and not been out there drunk.
True.
But the moral of that story is, ladies and gentlemen, don't ever go out in the middle of the night, especially at 2:00 in the morning on the court square looking for sex and tell an officer.
Yeah. Change the name to your dog.
I don't know. Well, it's one way of doing it. Listen, guys, I'm going to drop. I've got a few things to do. It's early hours over here, so in the morning.
It was awesome talking with you, Reaper.
Yeah,
Appreciate it, my
it's
man.
always good.
Thanks.
If anybody hasn't already, and is a little plug, look us up on YouTube. If you like what you see, then by all means subscribe. You're getting the notifications. If you don't like what you see, you don't have to.
Exactly.
And I'll never hold it against you. Right. I'll see you
Go
soon,
watch.
guys.
All right, take care.
Bye now.
Take care. Bye.
And
Are
Sammy
you
girl, I'm sorry to hear about that, dear. That's horrible.
All right, let's finish this. It's only 2 more minutes, but I want to hear the rest of it if you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
That's why he's going on vacation tomorrow. Is he even going to come back? Are you going to fake your own death, Wrangler? Or are you just not going to come back at all?
No,
I'm interested to see if he's going to come back and actually come back and say, look, I messed up.
He'll come back.
I've lied to you people about every single aspect of my life.
But he'll
This
lie
is who I
about it.
am.
He'll come back, but
I
he'll lie
didn't do
about it.
13 years in the military. I wasn't an MP. I wasn't special forces. I didn't get shot in combat. I wasn't deployed 3 times in a year. Because everything he says is a lie. I have been going back on live streams, my live streams and some of his, because he was on my panel quite a lot when I started doing live streams. And he stated twice in some of my earlier live streams that he was shot twice in the back. However, now it's shot once in the back, once in the shoulder. Which one is it? Probably neither one. He has just lied so much about everything. It's pathetic. And he wants to sit there and say people are scamming when he's done one of the biggest scams I could think of. Lying about having a child. He's just outright pathetic, and he is disgusting.
Yeah, did you find Grim Reaper's
Not trustworthy,
YouTube channel?
and it hurts because we were very, very good friends.
I'm subscribed.
At one point,
I'm subscribed to him.
I considered Wrangler a very close friend.
Will you share it when you get done with this?
Yeah.
It's sad.
I'm glad that they're not, all, sticking on his side for a lie just because.
Well,
whole product thing.
This live tonight was not about the
exactly. It has
it wasn't
nothing to
about
do with
the
that.
anti-community. It's about holding somebody accountable for spreading bullshit. What's up, KK?
Exactly, when it's fucking common sense that he's fucking lying.
He's put on a good magic show. I'll say that. He's put up a lot of smoke and mirrors. And the smoke and mirrors are starting to crumble.
Oh yeah. The bridge is closing down. You said it, Grim Reaper show. Yeah.
To quote a phrase from Hulk Hogan.
Oh yeah.
What
Grim
you
Reaper
gonna do?
Network, that's what it is.
What you gonna do?
What you gonna do, fool?
When the shit catches up with you. I'm glad everybody's come in here tonight. Appreciate all the likes and everything. I've truly enjoyed this, and that obviously we've been here almost 5 hours, so I've truly enjoyed it.
I hated it.
You hated it?
Yeah, what was so enjoyable about it?
Well,
I'm joking, dude.
I was going to say, look at it in a positive manner. We've actually bridged a gap between anti-auditors and auditors in a way. We have not necessarily you agree on what I stand for or what they stand for. Everybody has their own opinion, but we're here for a common reason. We have somebody in the community that is affecting both communities and that causing bullshit.
Yep.
And just for the record, and that Frauditor Reaper, I'm sure she'll go back and watch this, or Sammy will tell her, is a very pretty young lady, and
yes, she is.
And her husband is a very lucky man. And you know, I don't know what he done, and don't care what he done, and that as long as he's taking care of her, and that's all that matters.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it sucks the fact that he's in jail, but you know,
well,
people, if people are giving her shit because of him, then fuck them.
Yeah,
because
right.
It's not her fault.
I mean, if she had no part in it, then what difference?
Exactly, Sammy. It's about not lying. Exactly.
What is Sammy Girl's avatar? Is that a cat?
No, it's her. She's on the tractor.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't see.
Yeah. It says save a tree. It's either ride or drive a tractor.
Oh.
Ride a tractor. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And she seems
ride a cowboy.
She seems really pretty too. If you don't mind me saying that, Sammy.
See you later, Sammy. Thank you for coming. We
Hi, Sammy.
Really do appreciate it. Hit that like button and share on your way out if you haven't done so already.
Yeah, she's cute.
Well, that's awesome. If you hadn't subscribed to us yet, please consider it. Like I said, not all auditors are bad. I'm not saying that auditors are bad, but I'm just saying not all of us are the same. Not that I have a problem with the way anybody does anything and that people do their own thing, but not all auditors are like everybody else.
Yeah.
I'm a mixed bag of fun. I try to arrest grasshoppers. Somebody said that they was restreaming this, and that was pretty cool. How they get the information they need?
I am.
Oh, that's awesome.
Remember, you can do that on
yeah,
StreamYard.
Yeah, I knew that already. I knew.
Yeah, if you look at the top. Yeah, I'm surprised Dustin left and he didn't do it on his channel.
What did I get a comment? Oh, great stream. I enjoyed it.
What?
Yeah. Well, I'm sure that somebody will have a narrative, and it's okay. I don't mind. Matter of fact,
He's the father of her daughter. What's that?
She's somebody's lady. Oh.
Oh, you can see the picture. You see her picture better now. See? Yeah, she's really cute. She's driving a tractor.
A John Deere, or is it an Oliver?
And whoever she's with is a very lucky guy. What do you mean with your last comment, Sammy? See, I was right.
Save it. That's funny.
See, save the horse, ride a tractor.
Save a horse, ride a tractor.
Yes, whoever you're with is a very, very lucky man.
I don't have a Purple Heart.
Son of a bitch, neither do I.
There, I just went and gave your stream a like. You got 20 likes, dude. That's pretty good.
Sweet. But it's not that big of a deal for me. I'm not ever planning on being monetized, so.
Well, no, I'm just saying. I thought that was pretty cool that you got.
Yeah. I really wish that Frauditor would have came in and just explained something.
I'm sure he was here. He just
just didn't want to come in. The thing he doesn't understand about you or me is that I'm not going to kick him off the channel or panel, or neither would you. You know,
no.
Be polite.
Yeah, that's a John Deere tractor.
That's what I thought. Oh, Reaper's son. Okay. He's the father of her daughter. She's going to spend or stay around because she wants the father to be around for her child, yeah.
In John Deere green, in letters 6 foot high, he wrote Billy Bob loves Charlene. Your daddy's John Deere tractor? Nothing wrong with that.
Exactly. Nothing wrong with that.
I don't have a Purple Heart. I don't have a Purple Heart.
Dude.
I don't have a Purple Heart. I don't have a Purple Heart.
How many times are you going to play that, man?
I don't know. I think I'm going to set it as like a notification or something.
Yeah.
You can't be very old, Sammy. I'm guessing early 20s. No, I'm not creeping on you or anything. I like to guess people's ages.
I
guess Indy's right off the bat. He's 105.
105. What do you mean?
What the fuck are you growling at, dog? There is nothing over there. Do you see a ghost or something that I don't see? What do you keep growling at in the corner?
There's me and Cheech.
I don't care if people check up on me. Let them check on me. My life's pretty much an open book. I'm married with 2 beautiful grandchildren that we're raising.
You will be on the list for those going at Reaper.
Yay!
What does she mean by that? Going at Reaper.
The people that are coming after her.
I'm not going after her.
No, not you. She's saying the people that are going after her.
Who's going after her?
They're probably
Wrangler fans.
They're probably going to come after us.
I'll let them.
Yeah, that's what I say. Who gives a
fuck? What the fuck can they do?
Make a video about me?
Oh,
Make
big
a meme?
deal.
Make a short?
Let them.
Yeah. That's what I say. Fuck them and feed them fish heads.
I have nothing to hide. I really don't give a shit.
Got back together after 27 years apart. Wow.
Sammy, come on, Sammy. That's bullshit. You look like you're in your 20s.
Sue me. Dude, that was a line on Jeremy Hales' channel. That idiot over there that was the mayor, and that Russ the Sus, he told him that. Sue me. Yep, sure did.
What happened with Dustin?
I don't know. I think he fell asleep. I think he put it in chat. He was going to bed or something.
Oh, I didn't see it.
What are you growling at, you silly little dog? Are you seeing a ghost that I don't see? Oh, thank you. She said 46. What? You're 46? No way.
I don't believe it.
Come on now. Don't be pulling my leg.
Unless that's a very, 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 very old picture.
That was the 4th of July. Wow. Oh, okay. I don't know what to say about that guy.
I'm not
opening that can of worms tonight.
No comment.
Yeah, I'm just not opening that can of worms.
We already opened a big can of worms. Right
I
now.
done open up a big can of worms tonight. I don't want to open that one up. What in the hell are you growling at?
People have no idea what you're talking about. I'm gonna subscribe to you, Sammy. Since you said subscribe to me, so.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I don't even know what to say about that. And yeah, it's amazing how some of these people on some of these channels follow some people, not naming anybody in particular, and they buy that David Koresh fucking bullshit that they preach. Or
Just warning you,
they drank the Jim Jones Kool-Aid.
Anyone that supports her is guilty of his crimes too. What do you mean?
Okay, guys, you see my dog? Look where she's sitting. She is sitting over growling at absolutely nothing.
She's growling at the light.
She is growling. Yep. I don't know if you can hear her or not, but she's sitting over growling at absolutely nothing.
I can hear her. Charlie. Is there a spider up there?
Nope. I've looked. Something's got her freaked out.
It must be some type of bug or something. A fly.
What is she sensing or seeing that I don't? Dude, I've got a real cold chill right now. Not even fucking playing.
Turn off the lights and let's see if I can see something through the screen for the recording. Oh shit, I just saw something move by itself. I'm just joking. It's probably all that shit on your wall, man.
No, it's like something's bugging her. Look, you see it?
Yeah.
And now it's over.
Is it still chill?
No, I'm not feeling chill.
You lying sack of shit.
Dude, she is still watching whatever the hell's in that corner.
Emma, come here, baby. Come here. Meow, meow. Meow. Emma, come here. Come on. Meow, meow. All right, come on, tell us a story or something, man. A joke.
I'm just...
Yes, she is, Sue.
Well, I'm a little freaked out about this shit right now.
Don't be freaked out, man.
Well, look, I mean, what is she looking at?
She's a dog.
She's never done that before. Never. In the 3 years that I've had her, she's never done that. What is it, little bit? Huh? What is it? What? What is it? What is it? Well, tell me. Show me what it is. Huh? What is it? What? Let's see what's over there.
Like 100%.
Let's see what's over there. Come on. Let's see what's over there.
Okay.
Are you fucking serious? Is that what you're growling at? Are you for real?
What? What is it?
There's a damn fly up in the lampshade.
I told you. I said, look, it's probably a bug.
She's growling at a damn fly.
Yeah. Here's my baby.
Had me all freaked out and shit, man.
Meow.
Hi, kitty, kitty.
Say hi. Say hi. Meow, meow. And my girl. That's my baby. Yeah, she's my baby.
Oh, that had me freaked out. I'm not even gonna lie. That's my
Yeah, it
email,
has a
guys.
cat hair shirt.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't have a Purple Heart. I don't have a Purple Heart.
Yeah, that's what I told my
I
ex
don't
too.
have a Purple Heart. I don't have a Purple Heart.
Oh my gosh, it's so backwards. It's taking forever. I don't know why it's taking forever. I was like saying I don't have a Purple Heart.
But I don't have a Purple Heart.
Yeah. There's like a delay in it.
All right, Sammy girl. Right? F
Good
you,
night.
Wrangler.
Good night, Sammy.
Exactly, buddy. Welcome back, by the way,
Yes.
buddy.
Hi, buddy.
Wow, that was crazy. I was all freaked
I
out.
love it. I love it. I fucking love it.
What's that?
All of our sides just coming together for one reason.
Hell yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've been doing this for 5 hours and 15 minutes.
And 20 seconds.
So, Miss Sue, you're welcome. Thank you for coming. We appreciate everybody that has come in. And that absolutely enjoyed it. Share
it. Good to see you, Sue M. Or I mean, Sue me.
Share it out. Chop it up. Do whatever you all want to with the live stream. But it's after 1 o'clock in the morning here. My eyeballs are starting to get a little heavy.
Yeah, I have church
and
I have to wake up at 9 for church, so
all that good shit. How messed up is that? I'm wearing a Ghostbuster shirt, man, and I'm thinking my dog's freaking out over a ghost or something. It's a fucking fly in the damn shade.
I told you, man. I told you it was a bug.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you dude, you just instantly thought it was a ghost, and so you felt cold. You made yourself do it.
Yeah, I know it. Ain't that crazy?
Thank you, Sammy. That's my baby. I love her. She's my
Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, God bless. Have a good evening, morning, whatever the case is.
Yeah, everybody have a good morning. Unless you live in California, then good night.
It was hilarious.
Yeah.
It was hilarious. Not gonna lie about it. It was pretty funny. Freaked me out a little bit.
I
But
don't
it was
have
funny.
a Purple Heart.
You know what? Reaper had a good question.
he's going on vacation. Is he coming back?
All right.
Of course he's coming back. It's like asking Jeremiah, are you ever going to go live again and beg for money? That's his only way of income. Of course he's going to come back. And he's going to adjust his lie.
Well, I don't have a lot of things either, but you know what? It is what it is, and yeah.
Yep. Yeah,
Once again,
it is fucking hilarious. He doesn't have a fucking daughter. He doesn't have a dog. I wonder if he really even has a wife. Because everywhere I go, everybody says that Kimmy does not exist. And you've never once I've never once, but I've barely ever watched him. You used to watch him all the time. Did you ever hear a wife in the background?
no, and come to think of it, I've never heard a dog or a child or anybody else in the background.
Or wife? Yeah, he doesn't have lots of things, especially common sense. He's a fucking idiot doing this and then expecting that, thinking that within time people aren't going to find out.
Yeah, that's pretty messed up.
It's like, come on, shit.
Anyway, y'all have a good night. Thank you for coming.
Good night, everybody.
Enjoyed all the guests and everybody that came. Till next time, ladies and gentlemen, I am James from Nightmares Auditors, and that is Indiana.
I'm Indiana Auditor.
And
that's the reason why we called you.
That's the reason I stopped you today.